Very warm welcome to Scarlino in beautiful Tuscany, and this is the third day of the Rolex TP52 World Championship. We've had 2 good days of racing so far. First day it was very, very light. We only got 1 race away. Then yesterday was a much longer day. We got 3 races, starting off the northeasterly gradient, transition through to the sea breeze, and the 2 good races in 12 to 14 knots. And so far it's been pretty challenging conditions all the way through. So we're moving into the coastal race today. We're expecting a race of around about 26 miles down towards Punta Ala, out across to Cibola, and then back towards the finish. Joined once again, very fortunate to have fearless Fergal Finlay with us back in the studio. We have Jenny Tullach on the water. We'll be speaking to Jenny in just a few minutes. Fergal, your thoughts on the regatta so far?
It's been a very challenging regatta straight from the off, with different winds, having to abandon races and having to rethink the course. Maria's had a really tough time as a race officer, but managed to get 4 good races in. And yeah, it's nice to be back in Scarlino in these conditions. We don't see very often anywhere else.
That's right. I mean, it's northeasterly gradient breeze has been quite challenging, blowing offshore.
Yeah, we've had it building in the south in the mornings, and then the sea breeze comes in and takes that away.
Quick look at your team there from the Gladiator. We're on board, I think, with them today.
Yep. That about 2 weeks ago, that section where the camera is wasn't there at all. So
that's right.
So it's very nice to have the boat back in one piece, and all of the team have done a cracking job to keep all our hard work worth it. And sailing very well. We had 2 good results yesterday, and looking for a bit more of the same today.
And a very special fashion note about Mr. Tony Langley's Italian bandana.
Yeah, we saw him sporting the American one in America, and he's got into the tradition of the Italian one, and maybe we'll see him with a Sardinian one in Porticcio next year. But
what a man! So yeah, that's Tony Langley and the Gladiator team, and a pretty good day yesterday. Not so good to start off with, but then 2 good solid races. Won the first race for the new boat.
Yeah, it was a really good thing for us is to come back really strong after a bad result, and we didn't have our heads down. We know the boat's fast, and the conditions suit us very, very well. So yeah, very happy with our last 2 results.
Well, as you said, Fergal, we're back here in Scarlino for the 2nd time. Now, somebody who knows this area particularly well and was actually instrumental in us coming to Scarlino in the first place is the navigator on board, the strategist on board the Brunellesec. That's Michele Avaldi. He sailed here for 5 or 6 years as part of the Luna Rossa programme, and in fact, Brunellesec, I think, won the coastal race last year. And we spoke with Michele Avaldi on the Brunellesec earlier on before they left the dock.
Well, we like, historically we like coastal races, and being this one the first one of the season, we are looking forward to it, because we did very well last year in this one, exactly the same wind direction, it's very similar course probably, so we're looking forward to duplicate the race of last year.
What's the secret then? Getting off the start line is vitally important.
In this fleet, it's all about the start. We've seen in the last 4 races that if you get a good start and you can play the first couple of shifts, you have a nice lead, and then you can defend. Has been a little bit our problem so far, so looking forward to try to improve today and go the right side.
Just tell us a little bit about your starting strategy, how you work things with Morgan, yourself and Vladimir.
Well, Morgan is the tactician, is working closely with Vladimir. I give Morgan an overview of the strategy that we would like to apply to the first part of the race and during the race, and then it's up to Vladimir and Morgan and the full crew try to execute at best what the plan is. Then you never know if the plan was correct or not. We had
you know very quickly though, don't you?
We had the first race that luckily was abandoned. We had a great start, and we had everything in our hands, but the strategy was wrong, because we went to the right side and the left was paid. In other situation we had a good strategy, but we couldn't do it. We couldn't act the plan. So it's all about teamwork, have a good strategy, good execution, and try to get it up there.
And a few words about this marina. It's a relatively new marina, great facilities for us.
Yeah, I love Scarlino, and I think it was the one suggesting the this place because I've been racing here with smaller boats, with the J70 and Melges 20, and when Augustine asked me where should we go in Italy, and I mentioned Scarlino because I've been sailing here with the America's Cup for 6 years. I know at least the wind conditions are beautiful. You can almost get guaranteed breeze every day, especially in spring, so I thought it was a great venue. Plus the new marina and all the Tuscany behind us. There's nothing more to ask.
And a great setup here. The containers are only a matter of meters from the boats.
Yeah, no, everything is easy. Yeah, really nice, good setup. We work with the shore crew here in the morning, and then we have a good setup back at the house. We have a house in the middle of the country, so we're loving it.
And an ice cream?
Ice cream always in Italy, always.
Perfect, good, thank you. So that's Michele Avaldi finishing on a note about the local ice creams. Absolutely fantastic, great ice cream shop in the Marina complex, which I'm sure Fergal Finley's visited so far. Have you been in there?
I've been there a couple of times, so you could tell if I had stood up. But.
Exactly. Anyway, as we were saying earlier on, we've done two days of racing. First day was very light with the sea breeze battling with the gradient, and that was particularly tricky. We only got the one race away, and then yesterday 3 races. At the top of the table just now, Harm, Muller, Spreers, the platoon have been really the consistent story of the season so far. Second in Key West, second in Miami, and they reached the top of the table yesterday. Fergal, a few words about the consistency. Where's that coming from for the platoon?
I couldn't say exactly where the consistency is coming from, but I think as their team have really pulled together, they've got an amazing team, and Harm's an incredible driver as well. You know, they're part of the quantum setup that we're involved in, which provides a great training base for us. And you know, looking at their results, 2-3, 2-2. If you keep that going all the way, I mean, they're going to be guaranteed to win if they keep up that consistency. But this coastal was a really long one, and given the tricky conditions we've seen this week, it's not a given that they'll stay that consistent.
Absolutely not. And of course, remember they led in Miami and struggled on the last day, and so that really is the acid test for them. But also Quantum Racing and Azura both had one bad race yesterday, both scoring eighth places. But let's have a look at the highlight video from yesterday, and this really is a nice wrap up of how yesterday played out. Well, the stakes are high on the water for the Rolex 52 World Championships, Scarlino 2017, but the stakes are also high as ever for the environment and the sustainability programme for the 52 Super Series. And our ambassadors, representative of each team, met this morning to discuss progress.
The ambassadors meeting this morning, which is the first one I'd ever been to, was really good, and I think the Super Series is putting a small dent in a massive problem, and just sort of trying to really emphasise how much waste there is in the water, which we see on the beaches. The beach cleanups in Miami, they picked up 150 kilos of waste in 90 minutes with 30 people, which is obviously a great achievement, but just shows how much rubbish there is and plastic in the water. So whatever we can do as a fleet can do to stop this use of plastic bottles as much as possible is a massive step in the right direction.
And we've just been talking about to probably move the water filter system on the dock, so we can even help the teams who haven't bought their own system yet to be able to fill the bottles here on the dock, fill them before they go home, to even eliminate the use of these plastic bottles for the way home or at home, which is hopefully helping everyone to use less and less by the time.
The first race of the day got away in the northeasterly gradient breeze, blowing offshore, about 7 to 8 knots on the start line. Allegra and Azura started well, Sorcia did well, but Azura led all the way around from the start. Quantum just squeezing inside Sorcia at the top mark. Platoon made some gains up the second beat. The wind started to falter and the race was stopped at the windward mark, with Azura winning, Quantum Racing second, Platoon get through for a third place. Second day in a row we've had this phenomenon with the northeasterly gradient breeze fighting with the sea breeze. It's quite unusual here, and it's created a lot of challenges for the navigators and for the weather gurus.
The reality is not that complicated on the weather forecast, but it's complicated to sail with this wind, because there is a big fight between the gradient wind, let's say the wind without local effects, and the local effects the sea breeze. This fight is very hard to predict how it will apply on the water. weather. So that's the biggest challenge all the tactician has to play with.
Second race of the day gets away in the sea breeze, a fairly quick transition into the sea breeze conditions. 11 knots in the start line. The story of the second race really was Gladiator's start at the pin end. Tony Langley shooting nicely up to get round the pin end boat, pulled the bow down and shot off to give Ed Baird the nicest possible birthday present. Led at the top mark, Platoon got up to second, Sorsha third, and that was the order on the finish line. So Tony Langley then getting a win under your belt for the new boat. Nice payback for the team who've worked so hard for you since Miami.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just tremendous effort from the guys to get the boat here. You know, just 8 weeks to do it, and very touch and go. Whether they ship the B boat here or whether they, where they said, yeah, we're gonna go for it. But yeah, it was here with maybe with a couple of days to spare, and that was quite an effort.
And the third race of the day, 280 wind axis, 13 to 15 knots of breeze. Quantum Racing made the best start at the pin end of the line. Azura just losing out the last few seconds, forced to drag out to the left. Quantum Racing lead all the way round up to the top mark with Platoon in second. Ran third, but their kite splits from Luff to Leach, losing out immediately to Allegra. Platoon get down to Quantum Racing down the final run, and it's very, very close on the finish line, but Quantum get there. Platoon gets second. Gladiator make a nice gain for a third place, and Allegra fourth.
Yeah, we went 2-8-1, so the goal was to come off the water with 12 points or less, and we achieved the goal.
So Derrida, a pretty solid day for you guys, leading top of the table after the second day.
Yeah, we are, and we'll take that. We had a good day, top three in all races, and that's all you can ask for, right?
So standings after 4 races, well, Platoon, Harmuller Sprayer leading on 9 points, second Quantum Racing 3 points behind on 12, Azura third on 18, Allegra on 19, and then fifth Gladiator on 20 points. Another long day on the water of Scarlino, the Rolex TP52 World Championships. 3-race day, a lot of stress for the teams physically and mentally, and a chance now to unwind as the afternoon moves into the evening. Looked like a lovely evening for our esteemed owners, but meantime we're looking out across the water here. We're looking the wrong direction, unfortunately, from our position up here in the tower in the Marina de Scarlino. We can see the breeze is nice and solid, around about 12 knots. We're going to go on the water, hopefully, and join our Jenny Tulloch, the wonderful Jenny Tulloch, who's our eyes and ears and our commentator on the course today. Jenny, how is it looking?
Oh, you could not ask for better conditions out here. I mean, we called it Prosecco conditions yesterday. I think I'm going to call it Chianti conditions, though, because we are in Tuscany. And it is just stunning. The team's all getting set up for the start. In fact, we just heard the warning gun go. And it is going to be a beautiful coastal race. I was lucky enough this morning, I got to sit in on the weather briefing and briefing for Brunello Sec. And although they're not currently doing well in this regatta, I think they're tied for 8th. They won this coastal race last year. So I figured they'd have some good insight for us. And their weatherman, Ezio Sarti, he's a hang glider and Italian, so he seems to know this land quite well. They said it's basically like last year's course, that as you're going upwind, well, first we have a short windward leeward, just a 1.6 mile windward leeward to start off the 26 nautical mile course. So both times on the upwind there, and then on the upwind as they head towards Sparverio Rock, we'll expect the left-hand side of the course, the closer to shore side, to be favored. And that's typical Northern Hemisphere conversion and acceleration off of a left-hand shore. Then the question being, when the teams tack out to avoid the hole that's under the mountain of Punta Ala. So I think the final decision, how many times do you tack in, how many tacks do you do, and then getting ready to tack back out before it's too late and you get stuck in a hole, which is maybe what happened to Quantum Racing last year. From there, they go for a reach over to Cirboli Island, a little island just in the middle of the Piombino Channel, and then basically another reach or slight downwind back to Scarlino Marina. So it's going to be an excellent day. We are definitely starting on time. I think we're about to hear the 4-minute gun here go. Andy.
Yeah, and so all the pressure really on the start line, Jenny.
Yeah, and I think we'll see, as we've said, the left-hand side being favored. I think we'll see the pen being the end that everyone is fighting hard for. I mean, last year one of the teams got stuck on the pen, from what I've heard from these guys. Maybe you could talk a bit more. Yeah, and apparently still did well in the race after getting it off their anchor line. So yeah, fighting hard for the pin. I mean, we've seen in the last 2 days, Sled was the team that wanted the pin almost every single race. They executed well, I think, 2 out of 4 races, but Gladiator won a race with a stunning victory yesterday with a pin execution. So a lot of the teams, if not all of the teams, wanting the pin, and it's going to be about who can actually make it happen for them.
I mean, and the key observation so far, I think, with the platoon, the team which is leading so far, is that they've not really been pushing it too hard on the start line. They've tended to go for what we call a low-density start, not trying to mix it in for the real premium spot on the start line.
I think in the end of the day, it is going to still be a very interesting and tricky upwind. So it's better to be conservative. It's better to play the hard card later than to absolutely take yourself out on the start and not be able to win from there. But I do think if you can nail the start, if you can get off the pin going towards that left side early, you should at least be able to lead the race early, if not for the entire race.
Good. And yesterday, as I said, Fergal, the 8th places respectively for the Quantum Racing and Azura, and that leaves Azura now 9 points off the lead.
Yeah, it's quite unlike Azura, especially in their home waters or close to home waters, to be back down in the 8th and 9th spots. I mean, they were down. I think they were down to 9th at one point, so they managed to get 1 place back. But they'll obviously be looking very, very hard last night at what went wrong, and trying to rebound today. And they're pretty good in the coastal races we've seen in Porticurvo. They're always up there, so I think we'll see them fight back from that.
So Jenny, I think we'll pass over to you if you talk us through the start of the first coastal race of the season.
Well, I just saw the blue flag down, and I've actually just started my own watch because I missed the 5 and the 4, so we have 53 seconds to go. I was chatting away to you guys. I saw the flags go up, but I don't have 3 hands. So the boats that I can see in front of me, in fact, they're quite low on the ley line at the moment, and possibly even a little bit early. So it's going to be dangerous to be the leewardmost boat here. I think that's Sled. And they might struggle. The boat that looks to be in a good position, in fact, Preveza coming in with good speed, good breeze. And above them, Platoon, a slightly comfortable position. As you said, Quantum in the middle of the line.
Interesting.
They've got a huge hole to leeward. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, we have a nice image there of Terry Hutchison driving the Quantum as they come off the line.
In fact, as we speak, both Ron Racing and Sled having to jibe out. Neither of them could lay the leeward mark. So a very, very tough spot for those 2 guys. 3, 2, 1 gun here. I think Blue Boat in the middle is going to be over. So perhaps Brunenasek over on the middle of the line. We are just taking off now. Quantum having a great start in the middle of the line. And I haven't heard yet if we had an individual recall, but we're going to have to get out of the way here. In fact, of these pin boats, they're all charging towards us.
Nice, but a good start
really
there. Also looked like quite a solid start there for the Preveza this time, Fergal.
Yeah, Preveza have obviously got a long way to come back. They're having a tough regatta at the moment, so they're looking to bounce back as well. And like Michele said in his interview, the quality of the fleet here, you have to get the start so right. If you don't get the start right, then you're instantly on the back foot. And the quality is so good in this fleet now that you just can't afford to have a bad start.
Right, just watching there, Allegra, I think, just to leeward of, I think it's
Sorcha,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorcha having a pretty solid regatta so far. They were pretty much mid-fleet now in 6th as of today.
They're unfortunate yesterday, just happened to trawl their kite to the bottom gate and really cost them, and unfortunately put a 10th on their score sheet. But given that it's a 2011 boat, the old Synergy, and to have it up in the mix is a credit to their team, and it shows how much they're pushing and how well they're sailing the boat.
So pretty solid start there from Preveza, Jenny, and also Quantum. They're our top 2 just now.
Quantum really looking fast. I mean, over the last, it's only been about 20 boat lengths from the start line, but they have pulled out at least a quarter boat length to almost 3/4 of a boat length above the fleet just to leeward of them. 3 boats here, very tight, fighting for this leeward position. I think the boat in the middle, I can't quite see the bow of the boat in the middle. It's bow number 8, but I can't see who it is. They're going to be squeezed out. I mean, it's almost going to be impossible for them to hang to windward of the left-handmost boat. But ultimately, to my eye, it's Quantum in the middle of the line that looks to have the early advantage, and they're probably another half mile to shore, so they've got a ways to go to stretch their legs.
That's right, and Provezza just in a little bit of a tricky position, not able to get up to the lee bow position, just allured off the Quantum Racing just now. We're also seeing the bow number 19, which is Allegra. Allegra not too bad off the start line. They've had a reasonable regatta so far, lying in 4th place. I think they were second here last year.
And then I'm thinking it's Platoon that's being squeezed out here, Andy, is that correct?
I think you're probably right there. Yeah.
I'm just starting to see the back of their sail, so I can start to see that huge watch branding they've got on their sail. And in fact, yeah, Platoon, as we speak, getting flush. They're going to have to tack any moment. I mean, unfortunately, if you want the left side this hard, well, maybe they've decided let's just take the stern of Allegre and then foot off to the left side, because otherwise they're dropping quickly. They're now at the stern of Allegre, and they have yet to tack. So, no, as I say that, the guys running to leeward, they're going for the tack. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to hold off. They were a tiny bit too close to Allegre, who had a wonderful start, who ultimately won the pin and just didn't quite have the ability and the momentum that Quantum Racing had in the middle, but they're still looking good out here.
Yeah, Allegre looking quite good in that most left-hand position of the group.
Yeah, Sorcha was in a tough spot with, like Jenny said, the Allegre got such a good start at such speed. And to hang in there next to those guys, and like you say, the Allegre is going very, very well this week, being fairly consistent, 5.6, 4.4, and that's enough just to keep you in the middle of the fleet. But yeah, they've had a few changes on board. They've got a new tactician. I think they've made a few changes to the boat, and they're going much better than the atmosphere on the boat. I think is a little better than we saw in Miami and Key West, and it's good to see them back up in the mix again.
Yeah, as you say, Sorcha just forced to tack off there. But what do you think about the position of Allegre then as the most leeward, most left-hand boat just now, Jenny?
You know, we've dropped back a little bit in our relative position. So earlier we were forward of the pack, and it looked like Quantum was doing well. But as our boat drops back, it really looks like this left-handmost boat, Allegra, bow number 19, is gaining all the time. So unclear as to whether it's just my line of sight from this motorboat or whether they've actually started already to get into a little bit of a left-hander. We are getting much closer to shore as we speak. So we should. You know what? I don't think it's my eye. I think I'm starting to see the back of Quantum sails. So I do think we've seen a left-hand shift at least a little bit, maybe 5 degrees, and it's all gains to Allegra at the moment. It looks like the Turkish boat, Provezza, just barely hanging off their bow, but even if Allegra's gone into height mode and is climbing up towards Provezza and towards Quantum, they've got a left shift that's helped them.
That's right. We did have a very brief shot from the drone from overhead, and you could see Allegra just taking a little bit of a lefty, a little bit of a knock. But Provezza seem to be hanging in there, Quantum nice and solid just now. Allegra, our leader, on the virtual from Provezza, and then Quantum and Azura.
I think we'll see a fairly similar setup to how Gladiator sailed in the second race yesterday, where they won that pin with speed, got all the way out to the left-hand side. The left kicks in, and you will watch Azura peel off just now, and then Quantum and Provezza go, and the further we go up, the more left it comes out of the little bay of Puntala.
Yeah.
And Allegre could be one and in all the way to the ley line.
So the first boats are tacking across now, Jenny, Quantum and Provezza. Allegra
in fact, they felt like dominoes there. I think Azura possibly just holding the rest of them off on starboard tack, and once Azura had tacked, everybody went with. We have seen Quantum Racing and Azura sort of stuck to each other like glue this week, whether they were at the top of the fleet or yesterday when they were 8th and 9th. But then ultimately, just after that, Provezza and Allegre both went with. So we've now got the 4 boats that were in the left-hand order all back onto port tack. And I think that was probably, just a touch early. I think they're being conservative and playing with the fleet. If Allegra had been further back, perhaps they would have come into shore for a bit more leverage and a bit more. I mean, it feels like we're in an excellent puff out here on the left side, but they were already in a strong position, so there was no reason really to gamble at that point. I think for now you're happy to stay in touch with your competitors, especially as there's some lone wolves, 3 boats out on the far right-hand side.
That's right, that's a Gladiator, Brunasek, and
Ran.
I think Sorsha maybe? No, Sorsha's in the middle.
Ran Racing's over with...
Ran's over there as well.
Yeah, the right
On the virtual eye there, Andy, does the right side look like they're doing horribly? Are they holding in?
They're not looking too smart just now, but yeah, they're on the virtual just now. We have Gladiator, Sorsha, and Brunasek in 8th, 9th, and 10th. The Gladiator coming across, I think, now on starboard, I think.
Gladiator just had to take the back of Ran, looking by the
Ran
virtual.
coming across the starboard.
They're obviously looking for some kind of a righty that will come off of maybe spin off of Elba. We saw yesterday when the sea breeze came in, there was a lot of right. Platoon made big gains.
Yeah.
A couple of times where they went into the right. So that was about this time of day. So maybe they're looking for a small righty and hoping that the left isn't as strong as it's been the last couple of days.
Anyway, things going quite well just now for the Preveza team. Say they had a pretty poor start to the regatta so far, starting off with the OCS on day 1, which was actually overturned last night. They had a successful hearing and managed to prove that they were in fact behind the start line when the gun went, and so they've been granted redress for that race 1, so that's a little bit of a moral victory for them, and now they're doing rather better on the water, up and actually leading on our virtual, but I think certainly top 2, top 3 just now.
You talk to some of the guys from Preveza, it's a tough pill to swallow when you're called over, and you clearly weren't, so it's definitely deserved they were given redress. It's unfortunate they had a couple of bad races, which means their redress isn't a very strong result at this moment. But I think maybe in the future we'll see technology take a place on start lines.
Possibly, yeah.
And we get rid of this call of OCS when it isn't. A bit like goal line technology. It should be in football. I think one day in the near future we'll be seeing start line technology to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Anyway, at the moment they're doing their talking on the water, leading this coastal race. A team that have got a pretty good record on the few coastal races that we do over the season in the 52 Super Series, and I remember them being pretty strong in Costa Smeralda over the last couple of years. But Quantum, I think, sailing nice and conservatively, certainly in the mix just now. What are the options just now for the Azura, Jenny? Do you see anything that they can do to make any
at this
advance?
point, Azura is far enough to lure, has enough distance from Quantum that if they wanted, they could tack. They'd be on starboard tack in enough time that they wouldn't be in trouble. And as we speak, they're coming up to a cross with, unfortunately, I can't see quite the sails or the bow number of the boat they're crossing, but I believe they will be crossing this boat. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're easing sails, and it doesn't look like they're going for any tacks. So perhaps that's sled in the middle coming at us there. So Azura has just crossed sled. At this point, we are just rounding Point Francesca. So there's going to be a moment here where there's another bay in front of us, and teams can take another look as to whether they want to go further into the left shore, further into this bay. At this point, they had just tacked around this point, are headed out. Probably, I would expect these port tackers to consolidate over the starboard fleet and then tack back into shore. I mean, there's definitely, to my eye, much better pressure where we are on the motorboat on this left side than there are to the guys out to the right. So if you're Azura, just consolidate over the farthest starboard tacker, and then at some point engage. As we speak, they're crossing Gladiator as well. But at some point engage with Quantum and the 2 boats to their left who are ultimately winning. And then if these guys tack on their face, then they've got another chance at a port tack back out to come back with a bit more speed.
Meantime, Platoon up there on the high right. The regatta leaders presently lying in 5th place. And we've seen them, I think, probably more often than not over the course of the regatta so far. The team that go forward not always up in the top 3, top 4 at the first windward mark, but they do seem to have the particularly the downwind speed. They seem to manage to take places downwind.
Yeah, in the second race yesterday, I remember timing us at the top mark, and we were 29 seconds ahead at the first top mark, and at the finish it was about 3 seconds. So they're very, very good at picking away and picking away small gains throughout the course.
Yeah.
That by the end turns into a very, very big gain. I think Harm's very, very good at that. It's similar to Azura. Azura always the ones who pick away and gain places instead of lose them. And Platoon have been, they're quite quiet on the water. You haven't seen them really in the mix, mixing it up with other boats. They're just sailing their own regatta at the moment. You see them out on their own there in fifth. Fifth is a pretty solid result for them to stay at the top. And while you've got Azura and Quantum having this personal battle, which we've seen for years, Platoon are quietly just chipping away at small results and staying inside the top four. And Quantum and Azura are going to have to put their little battle aside at some point and say, hold on, we're about to lose the worlds to these guys if we don't.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, Jenny, isn't it? It's you can never lose sight, as Terry Hutchinson always tells us. It's about the season. The World Championship is the cherry on the top of your season if you win it, but you don't compromise the season-long championship just to win the Worlds.
But at the same point in time, isn't Platoon currently winning both the 52 Super Series and the World Championship?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a case in point where there are opportunities for them because Quantum and Azura so often go at each other and see each other as adversaries. Anyway, watching.
So
watching Preveza.
Apologies, you guys, earlier. Yeah, exactly. I hadn't quite realized how close these weather marks are. So we are now at the weather marks. Ultimately, there wasn't much more game plan to play because they were just heading to this ley line.
Yeah. So just talk us around the mark, Jenny.
Well, as we speak, on the far side, Platoon has just tacked onto starboard. In front of them, Azura attacking. And I think coming into the top mark, we're going to have Preveza leading Quantum Racing. So Preveza being the boat that we've seen leading on Virtual Eye this whole time. Yes, pulling off the tack at the top mark. The Turkish team will be rounding first, closely followed by Quantum Racing. And then in third, Allegre, who came in from the left-hand side, just able to cross Azura. Actually having to cross Azura and then tack over on top of them, so too close to tack underneath. Azura rounding now in fourth, just behind, and then after that, we might need to move just a touch further. Then after that, in fifth place, we've got Platoon. So they're going to be happy with fifth place for now, but they're going to keep chipping away as they are very close. We've also got some whistles here and a course change flag up. I can't see the mark of the course change, but we'll make sure to figure out where they're heading to next after this. But as we speak, Spinnaker going up on Preveza just as they round the offset. These guys are fired up, actually. Spinnaker's already hit the top, and their stern hasn't even passed the offset mark yet. So a bit faster set for the Turkish team, then Quantum Racing behind them. Quantum now filling their kite. The big Amway white Spinnaker in third place around the offset mark here. We have Allegre. They managed to hold off Azura. They tacked on top of them and then gave them enough bad air to continue forward in third. Azura just setting their Italian kite. Behind Azura, Platoon. There's a bit of a gap here. We have about 2.5, 3 boat lengths. So the top four all quite tight, all within 1 boat length of each other. And then Platoon, and then another 2 boat length gap back to bow number 6. As we get back in the pack a little bit, it seems like there's just a touch less of a rush. The Spinnaker's not quite going up nearly as nicely. Not that I'll call them out for that, but yeah, not as beautiful. In fact, as we say that, Brunello a big luff on their kite. They still haven't filled it. So sheet trimmer not getting it in quickly as he wanted. After Brunello Gazprom, Gladiator, Tony Langley. Then we've got Peter Harrison, and ultimately just behind Sorcha.
Round Racing.
Running in last, unfortunately, Nicholas Stenstrom and Round Racing. If we remember back to the start, I believe Round Racing was one of the 2 boats at the pin end that had to jibe out and couldn't lay the pin, had to jibe out and get back around the course. So unfortunately haven't been able to come back from that start, at least not yet. But the back 4 boats, all very close to each other, all within a boat length. So from 10th to 6th or 10th to 7th might be an easy jump. Here's
hoping, but Preveza then leading with about 40 metres just now on the Quantum Racing, then Allegre, Azura, Platoon, Sled, Brunesec, Gladiator, Sorsha and Ran Racing. So all going a little bit better for Preveza. Peter Holmberg on the helm this season. We did have a nice chat with Nacho Postigo, the navigator, who from what he was saying really did have quite a handle on the weather conditions and the opportunities round this course. Very, very experienced navigator in this TP52 fleet, having been with the class since the inception way back in 2005. Nice shots then on board with the Gladiator team. Fergal, how's it looking?
Well, it's obviously they're further down the fleet than they want to be, and Ed's got a bit of a job on here to take some places back. It's a very, very long course. I think we've just done a 2-mile beat of a 26-mile course, so there's plenty left in this race for them to gain. But you know, the atmosphere around the whole team is incredible at the moment. So there's a lot of positivity and optimism, and with our new boat, as you know, everyone's really stepping up, and well, hopefully we'll see a few places gained. But unfortunately, the left we saw in the beat was so strong that it's going to be a bit of a procession until one boat jibes, and everyone's going to be keeping their eye out for one boat jibing, and we'll just see, like Jenny said before, this kind of domino where everyone goes on top of each other trying to take the boat in front's wind. And you'll see Quantum go pretty early on Preveza, but everyone's going to want to stay out to this left-hand side where there seems to be a little better pressure, and certainly a nice lefty when they come back in the other way.
Here's hoping. Jenny, how's this run looking? It looks fairly processional just now.
Yeah, it does as we speak. I mean, I think this, with the left-hand favor of the upwind, also comes a hard decision on the downwind ultimately. But yeah, the decision being, when do you jibe? If you're in a lefty as you're going downwind, you're happy because you're headed. But you also know that as you come out to the right-hand side, you'll essentially be getting a righty and a header as you sail out of it. So calling this ley line between the navigators and the tactician, and as we speak, the Turkish team going for it. Preveza, tactician Tony Ray, American, but navigator Nacho Postigo. So they're always knowing the numbers and the times and distances, but ultimately you can't make that decision if you don't exactly know the wind on the other side of the course. So you hedge your bets a little bit early, and to my eye it looks like they are a bit early, but just behind them, Quantum Racing going just on their line, and just and the domino effect. Allegre's just gone, Azura's just gone, Platoon inside. So the two boats slightly behind, Azura and Platoon, setting up a bit higher. They're on the hip of the lead boats. Allegre has a decent hole just below Azura and Platoon and just behind Quantum Racing and Preveza. But if Azura goes for a high mode, I think Allegre might be in a dangerous spot here. They might get rolled and go from being third to being fourth if they're rolled by Azura, and then ultimately the train might just keep trucking and Platoon might roll them as well. So a difficult position for Allegre, but they didn't really want to be the first to jibe either. That's always tricky.
Absolutely. And meantime, how's the wind looking? What kind of wind speed have we got, and is it steady?
You know, we've got white horses, as my dad calls them. Plenty of white caps out here.
So do I.
Probably. I think it's a British thing. Plenty of white horses, though. Probably 14, 15 knots. I mean, ultimately, the max that the forecasts were calling for were about 16 or 17. We're not quite at that top end yet. We are in a difficult spot, the 14, 15 knots. A lot of their sail decisions vary right on this wind range. I think both your spinnaker and perhaps your jib, you might make a different decision based on 14 knots in flat water or 14 knots in chop. Although maybe Fergal knows a bit more about that than I do.
Fergal.
I was actually thinking about the weather forecast this morning. Sorry, Jenny, I wasn't 100% listening to. I was thinking about the weather forecast we saw. You saying it's about 14, 15 at 2 o'clock in Gladiator's weather forecast. We have it going up to 16, 17
I saw
knots.
16 as well with Maria.
At, 160 to 180. So we could see a little more of a gain in the pressure, and certainly the flags outside of our windows have just picked up. To say that we should have a little build over the next hour, and maybe going as high as 18 knots. And with the Whitecaps building.
White horses.
White horses, sorry, building up and making things a little trickier upwind for maybe the owner drivers. It'll be a quite a long and tough old slog up to the Spaverio Rock.
You know, the interesting part is that where we just came from, off of Punta Francesca, and where that weather mark was, it is about that, the 14, 15, plenty of whitecaps. As we reach back, or as we come back down towards the downwind marks, it's quite a bit lighter, probably about 12 or 13 at the bottom of the course, and the course is not that big. It's only 1.8 miles, so a big variation, a big decision for the teams to make here as they're rounding the bottom marks, which jib to choose for this ultimately next quite long upwind. They're going now all the way to a rock just off of Punta Ala.
So
and I think,
Fergal, jib choice then.
Well, I mean, there'll be you'd imagine most of them are probably on their J2s, their medium wind sails, which you can take up range to around 18, 19 knots comfortably. But if you're thinking it's going to be steady at 18, 19, then you'd probably be thinking about a J3, and most of the boats out there will have 2 or 3 jibs spare downstairs, or 1 or 2, spare jibs downstairs, and it's up to the trimmers thinking alongside the navigator as to what the weather condition is, how long the beat is, and do you go out of range on one sail at the beginning in the light air, or out of range at the top in slightly heavier air. So it's a tricky decision for the sail trimmers, for the jib trimmers, but we'll be probably be looking at a J2, I imagine.
I would imagine so.
I spoke with Ross Hallcrow this morning, the jib trimmer on board Platoon, the boat leading at the current moment, and he said basically just that. He explained to me between the J1.5 and the J2 that you would use the J1.5 up to 14 knots, and you'd use the J2 from 14 on, and I think ultimately at the bottom here we've probably only got 12 or 13, but what we've just seen at the top where we just were, and probably further along as they get towards Punta Ala, they're up into the 15s and 16s, so it might be interesting. Maybe the fleet goes half and half, but perhaps more J2 than J1. You want to be in the breeze, don't you?
Certainly, I think up the top where you were before, the J2 would be the jib of choice for most people. But if you did have a lighter and slightly bigger sail at the bottom, you could certainly make a big gain and then just hope that it doesn't go too out of range at the top. So yeah, across a 4 mile beat, which I think the next one, or 3 mile beat, which I think the next beat is, and there's a lot of different wind strengths all the way across. So, like I said before, it's a tricky choice for them, but they know what they're doing, hopefully.
And so down this run so far, we seem to see Platoon getting a place up to fourth just now, managed to get past Allegre. From what the virtual's telling us.
Interesting. I think that's because Allegre did end up in this really hard position. They jibed a bit too late, and then ultimately got rolled by Azura and Platoon. So does that have Allegre sitting fifth now then?
That has Allegre in fifth and Platoon up to fourth with about 20 metres in it, something like that. Not very much.
It was exactly what Jenny said. How Azura and Platoon just jibed on top of Allegre and managed to take all their wind, and coming down into this lighter stuff, the more that Azura and Platoon trucked forward, just the worse it was going to be for Allegre. And so it was a good call from Jenny, and maybe she should be on Allegre.
Exactly. And we're watching Peter Holmberg on the helm of Preveza coming through the leeward gate. Nice, reasonably nice drop from them. Jenny, talk us through the rounding. As I say, Preveza just coming to the mark on our images.
I think it is a safe move for Preveza to go to the right-hand mark to do a left turn. It just means they're not sailing through the bad air of this entire fleet. I mean, ultimately, we do know that they are going to want the left side. We'll probably see them tack soon, but they're followed by Quantum Racing, who's the closest boat. So at this moment, very, very happy on board Preveza. If you're Tony Ray or Peter Holmberg, you're feeling a bit more confident now that you've got Quantum coming with you. And as Quantum rounds, they roll right into attack, and Preveza goes for a Simo attack on top. And those are still the only 2 boats to have rounded the bottom mark so far, but just in front of me, the Italian's Azura coming into this left-hand side. So ultimately it'll be, I believe it's Azura by about 3 seconds over Platoon on the right. And you're happy to be Azura there. You can split with the leaders, hope to get into the lefty a bit sooner and the breeze a bit sooner. And actually, they have a pretty clear lane behind them now, just 2 boats of bad air. Behind Azura, we've got Allegre rounding and the far side Platoon. And then just behind Platoon, bow number 6, Sled rounding. And then ripping in on an overstood ley line, it looks like. On my side, Bronenasek is going to be rounding almost simultaneously with Sled, although their kite is still up and Sled's kite has been down for quite a while now. Bronenasek driving around the left-hand mark, followed by the Swedes, Rand Racing. So a Swedish team having a better downwind. They were last at the top mark. They have gained on Gladiator and Sorcha. Gladiator kite down a bit early. They've got about a boat length and a half near to the bottom mark. So they might debrief that one later. And in fact, Sorcha did just the same. So I think if you're seeing Gladiator drop, you go for the drop. And ultimately, Sorcha rounding now just behind Rand Racing. So the tie between those two for who's going to not be last. And I would put my money on wanting to be the boat further left right now. So I put my money on Rand Racing.
Yeah, I would think so. Anyway, Sled hitching out to the right a little bit, looking upwind, trying to find something. Platoon and Allegre just swapping places. I think more by virtue of the position slightly more to the left. Platoon on the right-hand mark, looking upwind. I think nothing between them, though.
I think Preveza made a really good call going to the left-hand markers. They saw the right-hand markers. We see it here on the screen. So they were able to go. They knew everyone was going to go and want the left, just to extend 100 meters and have that loose cover over the entire fleet, who's down to leeward of you, and they know that everyone's going to go left. I mean, you might have one boat that goes, well, we can't catch everyone if we're going to go out to the left, and maybe we see Gladiator or Sorcha, who are already looking to go right. Didn't pay for them in the first beat, so you wouldn't think it was going to this time. But you can't just follow the boats around. You've got to do something to try and get back into the race when you're down the back a bit. But I think Preveza just made a really good call, just to go out that little bit, get clear air on all the kites coming in, because that little triangle between the 2 marks and then 50 meters back upwind is a horrible place to try and sail through. So they made a really nice clean drop, very conservative, and then they have that clean loose cover over the fleet, which we see now.
So meantime, I think Azura getting into the most left-hand position on the fleet, or there or thereabouts. Jenny, any comment on Azura just now?
Yeah, we're actually just catching up to just slightly to leeward of Azura. I'd be happy with where Azura's position is. The boat that I'm questioning at the moment, Preveza, I completely agree that they made the right call on the downwind mark and on the mark choice. I do think having simultact with Quantum, I would want to be in foot mode there after. I think if you know that the left is going to be favored, you'd want to be kind of rolling over the top of Quantum, maybe even then sort of happy to continue footing towards the Italians and feel like you're really putting your stamp on this race. And,
exactly.
And especially when you know that Quantum Racing is as fast as they are. So I think the concern to me is that they haven't done that nearly enough. I still don't. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys can see their angles or their speeds there, but it doesn't look like they've gone into that sort of, I'll just hammer them down foot over the top and get into towards the favored side mode. So Azura and Quantum probably both happy with this. I'm not going to call them out on it, Tony Ray or whoever the trimmers are making this decision not to foot. But yeah, I mean that would be what would make me feel a bit more comfortable on the boat that's leading.
Yeah, they're going to listen to this later, Jenny, and they're going to come and find you. Yeah, bagging them like that.
He was my coach in match racing, so I can't. Both he and Peter Holmberg, so I actually can completely call out that boat more than I can any other in the fleet.
You learned everything from them.
Right.
But no, yeah, we completely see your point there. In fact, they're, I think, gaining a little bit of separation from Azura and Allegre on the low road, if you like, down to the left. Just looking at the angles on the virtual, but Preveza a pretty comfortable 55, 56 meters over Quantum Racing just now.
I think Azura being just closer into the land is going to hook into that lefty first. You can see it from their track now. The blue track versus the green and the orange, and just hooking into that left first, and hoping that they get enough.
You see just a little bit of separation growing, I think, with the lefty coming perhaps slightly for Azura. Maybe we can see how far we are off the coast just now with the tracker.
You can really appreciate the glamour conditions that are out there at the moment. The boats are going upwind at 9.3, 9.5 knots. which is around the top of the range for going upwind. So this beautiful flat water, 15 to 16 knots for this beat is just beautiful, and I'm sure that everyone who's not racing and watching this would love to be out there and sailing these boats at their finest, in their finest hour.
You can just see the breeze picking up very slightly from our images. Jenny, would you confirm that?
Yeah, we're getting back in towards this left corner where we were earlier and talking about the white horses. It's beautiful in here. It's coming off the land. We've got this convergence. We've got essentially the breeze bending to the left because we're in the northern hemisphere as it accelerates down the mountains, joining with the breeze on the water. So much more breeze, I think, here than what we were seeing at the leeward mark. And they've got probably another half mile before they have to think about tacking. This time last upwind, they were tacking about here, but we were on a much shorter course. So I think on this upwind, since we know we're going all the way towards Punta Ala, we should see them come in a bit closer to this Point Francesca. Nobody, I think at this point, will be laying the point, so they will have to tack out before the next bay. And as I look at it, you guys, we've come forward on the fleet, and now that I'm forward and bow even with Preveza, they seem to be fine on Quantum Racing. Quantum is kind of just behind their hip pocket, so it wasn't as scary and unnerving as it looked like in the back. They haven't really given them too much runway, but Azzurra has just tacked onto port, so the Italians forcing the issue, just like they were the ones to force the issue last time. They were the team that tacked first, and Quantum Racing choosing to cover again, just like last time. So I think we'll then see Preveza covering Quantum Racing here, and they're going for it now. So, and then Allegre from behind tacking as well. So
really?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that they might have wanted to hip out a bit further to the left. They've gone conservatively here and tacked sort of in line with the three in front of them instead of taking in any further distance. The one thing I don't know is if it gets shallow where I am. In fact, Platoon going underneath that group. Platoon just tacked underneath Azzurra, and Azzurra has in fact tacked back towards the left here. So it can't be too shallow yet because they're coming back out towards us.
Azzurra just playing a nice game. They're forcing the issue and then going back.
And they've played the game with Quantum, and Quantum has bitten and has tacked back as well.
Yeah. Good fun.
And now Azzurra is face planting on Allegre. So Azzurra is playing games with everybody at the moment.
It's not unusual with Vasco. It's nice. It's the kind of the mind games that go on as much as anything else.
Exactly. Quantum plants on their line one more time. So I think that'll be a gain to Preveza, not doing those two extra tacks. They haven't moved at all, but Quantum and Azzurra have both done two more.
That's all good news for Preveza. These guys all battling away. They do know the results on these boats, and they'll know that Preveza are not having the best regatta. They're down in 32 points. So
they're not too worried,
whilst
are they?
They're chasing a win. The boats that are behind them, the Quantum are fighting with Allegre and Azzurra, who are only 8 points behind them, 6 points behind them. Platoon's a bit further down the pack today, so they'll be happy to see them outside the top four. And I think we'll see these three boats having a little play with each other, Azzurra, Allegre and Quantum, and we'll see Preveza extend. And just looking, I think the last time that Preveza picked up a win was race 6 of the World Championships in Mahon last year. And I remember watching it. We were in the studio, and it was a really, really windy day, and they absolutely smoked it. And the same thing happened. As the boats behind were all vying for the top position in the leaderboard, and Preveza just sailed away. And Preveza actually came back and came third in the Worlds at that event.
That's right. Yeah.
And they didn't have particularly the strongest start in the Worlds last year. Their first four results were 6-7, 3-6. So it wasn't the best start for them. They came back together to get third.
You've got some memory, haven't you?
I try.
You've been doing your homework. Anyway, Jenny, a few words on Preveza. Nicely set up going up this beat, and I think probably just moving a little bit clearer from Quantum.
Oh, I think they're so happy to watch this tacking duel behind them. I mean, if you've tacked once and your closest competitors have now, Quantum I think has tacked 3 or 4 times, and Azzurra just had to do another double tack while you guys were speaking about the last year. So I think Preveza happy as can be to just watch that happening behind them. And I think Platoon as well probably quite happy to see that happening. They're a bit slightly further to the right of the fleet, but ultimately, yeah, they just saw Quantum, Azura, and Allegre's tacking as I speak. They just saw them go into 3 tacks, and Platoon knows they haven't done any. So the other day we saw Platoon go from 4th or 5th to 2nd in this scenario when Quantum and Azura were paying too much attention to each other. Ultimately, Quantum has just tacked again here. Allegre has just tacked back. And finally, Preveza engages and tacks to cover Quantum. And I think that was an appropriate time. They've now let Quantum get about 10 boat lengths to the left of them. So at this point, Quantum's still the closest boat, Platoon a bit further away. And if you want to protect left and you now think you're laying this point, then that was a good time. And in fact, Andy, Platoon finally has tacked as well out on the right. So I can't tell with my eye, but I think probably Virtual Eye will let you know they should be laying Point Francesca. At least Preveza should be. Maybe Quantum isn't. Maybe it is closer than it looks like, but it's about time to go back in. Into land, not into the marina.
So good conditions just now then, Virgo.
Yeah.
Pretty much as per forecast, watching Quantum then crossing in front of the Gladiator.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the forecast has been spot on. There hasn't been too much of a shift in the breeze. We all knew the left side was going to pay just being under the land, but there hasn't been too much of a noticeable shift. We always knew there was going to be from 160 through to 180, maybe up to 185, but it stayed pretty consistent all the time, and that makes for a nice fair race. And Preveza are just really comfortable. I think when we saw them coming up before they started tacking out to the right, they had a 56-metre gain, and we see that gone up to 80 metres now. So all that tacking going on behind has just let Preveza sail their own race in this beautiful flat water that we see here, and they're just sailing away with the wind, which is they'll just hope the wind stays in with them for them.
So Quantum Racing, we saw Bora Galari then on the helm, doing a good job coming upwind, but making the point yesterday that Terry Hutchinson's taking over to do the starts, Jenny, and you know Bora quite well. How do you think he feels? It's about what's best for the team.
Yeah, Bora ultimately is a competitor first and an egomaniac last, I think. So for him, it's absolutely, he's totally aware he has not nearly as much time on a keelboat as Terry does, both driving and really any time ever. So he's great in the box. He was great in the Melgus 24 when we were racing together, but he's happy if Terry thinks he's going to be able to pull the trigger best at this point, then they can keep practicing Bora pulling the trigger, but otherwise Bora just gets to watch him, listen from him, and then sail the boat the whole rest of the way around the race course. I mean, I would take that job any day as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think the point they're also making is that, I think Bora's very happy with what he's learning from the team and this extremely high-level team, and Terry Hutchison, the absolute perfectionist. And any learning that Bora has going forward to his own programmes above and beyond what's good for Quantum Racing is great for Bora also. I think he's pretty happy, probably a little bit disappointed that he hasn't had the opportunity to learn and get to the level that he would want to. But I'm sure, as you say, as a competitor, what's best for the team and for the best chance for him to win a World Championship, then I'm quite sure he's not too disappointed, other than the lack of time and opportunity to practice. But
the fleet now has just tacked back onto port, so almost every boat except one boat out from the right-hand side coming on starboard, but they've gotten close to Point Francesca. Quantum led, Preveza tacked on top of them, and then ultimately way out to the left, Azura sort of tacked in line, but a huge loss from here, at least it looks like, for Azura, the Italians.
Yeah, just looking at the virtual screen, Preveza's pulled out another 30 metres on Quantum to 115, and Azura have gone back double that. They're at 220 metres behind. So the little tacking duel didn't pay off too much for them, and that's going to be good for the teams behind, hoping that they can slip into places lost or certainly time gain for them. on people having their own personal battles.
I think ultimately it might be best for the team who's stealthily heading out right, still platoon. If the right isn't as bad as we think it might be, then yeah, they're just out their way on their own.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think platoon just keeping it tight and waiting for their opportunities, I think, will come downwind. But in the meantime, just trying to keep a clear lane of breeze and let the boat do its work. Not get too engaged with Allegri, for example, their next boat on the race leaderboard.
It's interesting that they're going so far right, when it was quite clear in the first beat how little the right paid, but maybe they've got an incredible team on platoon, and John Kostecki
doesn't make that many mistakes, does he? He's not one to throw the dice and hit the corners, is he?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking there's probably going to be more pressure out on the right. You know, you've got a lot of mountains in the Bay of Punta Ala and all the way up to the rock. So hopefully, maybe he's thinking there's slightly more pressure. It might not be the favoured direction, but so if you can get the boat going faster, it's just as much of a gain as having a little bit of height over the rest of the fleet.
It might ultimately be that if you stay out to the right far enough and you never get into the left where the left shift is, then ultimately you've never gotten that header that the guys had to sail to the left anyway. So if you're staying in the right breeze, as long as you're not in less breeze than the guys inside, then it could be equal, if not a gain. But it does still look like there's better breeze in here. So I'm not totally sure I'm confident in JK's call, but they're leading the regatta overall, so they definitely seem to be backing themselves.
So it shows here that Sled have actually pinched a place off of platoon, and platoon are down to 6th. But I think by the time we see platoon tack back, that it might change, and the gap might shorten a little bit. But Sled just having now the most left boat. Has Sled in really good pressure in there, Jenny?
Yeah, you know they have gone furthest left with the least tacks. So. Strangely, they look like they're coming out of the left on a righty, but I'm not quite sure if that's just an awkward. If it just looks like the white boat looks different than the darker boats do somehow. Azura, if Sled is gaining back there, I think Azura should be the next boat to gain. They're the second to furthest left boat. There's finally now a big distance between them and Quantum. None of them really hitting the shore quite as hard as I thought maybe they would. I mean, there's still plenty of distance between us and this beach. We are now definitely past the point, or at least the first point. There's a couple points along the way here, and I don't know. I mean, we're in Italy. We're off of Tuscany. They might be seeing some lovely things on the beach if they got a lot closer. They've definitely got some good breeze in here. So I don't know if it's quite warm enough for bikinis over there, though. It's not quite Miami. We are all in full, at least jackets on the boat that I'm on.
Likewise.
Allegri seemed to have pulled back a place on Azura. I don't know if that's just because the Azura's tracker went down for a couple of minutes, but it says here Allegri have got back up into 3rd. Maybe the left on Azura hasn't really worked out as well as they hoped. And Allegri just putting one up the middle might get the best out of a little right.
Quantum face planted them about 3 times, and they kept taking these little short hitches. I think when you take a short hitch like that, you're actually asking, like, don't come out again. We're going so short, you would have to do a really small tack to come back to us. And Allegri sort of got to sail away while that was going on, and Terry was pretty aggressive and went for it anyways, like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
So Azura just kind of kept, without just taking one big hitch to the left, they sort of kept coming out on these little ones and then kept getting face planted on and sitting in their bad air and having to go again. So I think lucky for Quantum that they've stayed ahead of Allegri at this point, but unfortunately for Azura, that's the luck of the draw. There's not much you can do when someone in front of you is playing that game.
Again, that's the long game, though, isn't it? That's about overall points for the season, and Azura are one of their principal contenders. Allegri not so much.
So on our forecast that we had for Gladiator this morning, there's one key fact that the geography of the land at Punta Ala and the mountains will give even more of a left. And up by Spaverio Rock, we could see wind round to 150 to 160. So we should see more left as we get up nearer the top mark, or certainly by the marina of Punta Ala.
It's a nice shot of the geography there, Fergal, just showing you that the high mountains and then the valley at the back of Punta Ala.
Yeah, I think the wind will funnel through those mountains and just pull the guys into the left a little more, and hopefully you get the acceleration off the mountains as well, and get a bit more breeze. So the guys on the left will be hoping that, well, if all of their forecasts said that, the guys in the left all the way up to Punta Ala will be hoping that forecast stays true. They get a bit more of a left and a bit more pressure, and or maybe we'll see that Platoon don't do so well being right out on the right.
You know, as we speak, we can just see the marina of Punta Ala. You can see there's a big tower up on that hill. I did a little bit of research earlier. Now I'm going to have to rack my brain about it because I'm not sure where the sheet is where I wrote it all down. I think the tower here is much younger than the one that we're going to go around on Triboli later. That one was built in like the 11th century, the 10th century, and this one was built in the 16th century. So there's both a tower and a castle up on the hill here, and they've definitely come into view, which means we're almost going to be just for very rocks.
Just losing Jenny there a little bit as we see Provezza then.
Maybe she's underneath the mountains and getting a bit of a bad signal.
Yeah.
But I think there's from memory and being out there on the coastal race last year, there's quite a high part of the Spaverio Rock. So when they come to set their spinnakers,
there's a little bit of a lee, and you have to. There's also a mark off the top of the island, isn't there, too? Because it's quite rocky off the top corner. So you have to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of the teams sent divers out to recce the island. I remember in years past that we've taken chase boats and tenders out to certain rocks in Porto and Palma as well, when we go out to the small island off of Magaluf there to dive and just see exactly how close we can go, and every meter you can get close to the island is a gain. So maybe some teams have sent divers out to see how close they can go, or if there's a marker that we're not allowed to go inside just for safety. Because the last thing you want to be doing is pushing your luck and hitting a rogue rock doing 10 knots and really ruin your day and the rest of your regatta. But we could see a small wind shadow for the boats if they do go very, very close to the island, and I think there is a small tower on that island as well.
Certainly from memory last year there was a wind shadow, and from what I remember I think Brunenisek made a bit of a gain there. And if you went in too close, then it was a bit of a slowdown.
We had quite a bit less wind in the coastal last year.
Yeah, that's right. But in the meantime, no obvious gain for the Platoon out in that right side relative to Allegri. Not so far. I think they were about 20 metres behind Allegri in terms of distance to the mark. And it's still roughly the same.
Well, we'll see. Maybe in a mile or so up the course, if we had an aerial view of the tracks, we might see Provezzas start to squeeze up to the left, and if we do see platoons going to the left as well, then they're going to have a really long way. I think you can just see they're starting to go left a little. There's a little curve in their track to go left. So if they keep getting lifted, then it's great that they've laid the mark. But if there's not enough left there to lay the mark, then they've got to tack back. and it'll be a really tough tack back, especially when all the other boats are maybe even footing because they're getting such a big left coming out of Punta Ala. But certainly Provezza from the bottom, that their track before as they did a nice bit of a left, and maybe that's where they tacked just to do that left. But I think based on the forecast and the geography of the land and what we know and what the navigators know about the area, and any more left, then Platoon and Gladiator and Brunellasek, who are the furthest right boats, may struggle to get back over to the other boats.
Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, a kind of fundamental question about how much are these coastal races liked by the teams?
I think it's probably a mixed bag. I think the coastal races really throw in a bit of a wild card to your regatta.
Yeah,
you can do 10 windward leeward races, and it's the same thing every day, day in, day out. And then you get a coastal race thrown in, and everything's thrown up. You can't just use the tactics you had the day before. There's a whole different tactical and strategic element to the race, and makes people think a bit more. Maybe the problem that some of the racers see with the coastal is it's very, very time consuming.
Yeah.
We could get 3 races into the same period of time.
And quite often they are a little bit processional. It's really hard to find a nice coastal track that offers opportunities through to the finish of the race, but also something. I mean, it has to be reasonably scenic from the point of view of marks to go round, rather than just setting up a bunch of boys over the course of the race area.
Well, what I thought they should do when we first came here, I said if we've got to do a coastal, you should go out and around Elba, but you choose which way you go around it. So you can either go around it to port or starboard, and that'd be a real tactical game. Like, you're almost there, and you go, well, which way are we going to go around? What's the gain here?
And watching to see which way everybody else goes.
Yeah,
maybe
just sail past each other and just go.
Maybe one for the future, but
maybe not. Elba's
there.
quite big actually, so maybe not.
Little gain there momentarily to Platoon. Things changing on the water, but no change in the advantage to the Provezza Ergen Imre's team leading this coastal race as we head upwind towards mark number 3. We've done that windward leeward. Initial windward leeward heading up to Sparviero, this little rocky islet off Punta Ala. And Punta Ala, an area that many of you sailors have sailed in previous championships in different classes.
Punta Ala was in the first Med Cup, was it, in 2006 or 2005? There was
2005 and 2006 we sailed here. And I think in those days, I think there was 25, 26 boats, 25 or 26 boats in the first regatta in Punta Ala. There's a remarkable number of boats built through that winter, and they were still coming on stream through that through the season. So we have Jenny back. Jenny, how are things looking just now?
Lovelier and lovelier. In fact, it's getting windier and bumpier for us. So really starting to feel like we're on a proper racehorse as we speak. I think the 16, 17 knots that Virgil was calling for is absolutely coming into play up here towards Punta Ala. Apologies for that little technical issue. I didn't hear you guys for about the last 2 minutes, but we are getting very close to the marina, the town, and ultimately I'm now on the outside of the course looking back towards them. So give me an update on what's happened with the fleet.
Yeah, and roughly how far have we got to this Sparviero?
You know, it looks like it's much bigger
than I was expecting. So I think it looks closer than it actually is. In fact, it might be another whole mile and a half, if not 2 miles. But because it's a bit bigger, it looks closer than that.
Yeah, I think it's about 1.5 miles, something like that, from our virtual. But and the breeze is holding up quite nicely, as you say, 16, 17 knots. A little bit of chop building. Platoon seem to have made themselves again, according to virtual, getting up to possibly 3rd place. I don't know whether you can confirm that. Can you see the Platoon just now? How do they look?
if Platoon is the furthest right boat of the fleet right
They
now?
are indeed, yes.
In fact, okay, great. They're the boat just off our bow. I mean, they're about 15 boat lengths off of our bow, but absolutely, they look like they're in a better position than earlier when we were in slightly less breeze and out to the left. And it's been such a big, ultimately, I think it's been more of a left shift than what we were seeing earlier, which means they've just wound up outside everyone, but actually they're now a similar decent ley line to the Rock, and they look good. I would believe third place.
If they make that ley line, if they that was like a 3-mile ley line. It might be one of the best ley lines ever called. To go all the way and just sail around the outside.
Well,
I mean, from the virtual, it looks like Privetza are going to have to foot off. Quantum are going to have to foot off. Platoon have just done this big curve to the left, a massive gain, and what we were talking about, the geography and the left coming in stronger from Punta Ala. If it continues to do that, and they sail all the way around the outside, they've missed out on all the tacks that everyone else has done. They've done 2 tacks as far as the virtual showing. And if they lay that all the way in, knowing that it's going to be that far left in the top corner, then there's an incredible bit of strategy and navigating on that boat.
So navigator Johan Barn is the navigator on board the Platoon. So at the moment, all credit to him and the afterguard on board.
Didn't John Kostecki win a Volvo Ocean Race? I have a feeling he's called some ley lines a bit further than 3 miles before.
Absolutely.
No. This is the best one ever. This is the best ley line ever.
And of course, the wily Spanish Olympic medalist and America's Cup winner, Jordi Calafat, a little bit of a wizard in his own right. I'm quite sure he's got some influence in that afterguard.
JK very sweetly this morning was telling me, I'll get you Roscoe, but the guy you really should be speaking to about the sail, that I was asking about the sail selection at that point in time, was Jordi. He said he's the best guy on the boat. Yeah, and he wasn't even kidding. JK's got a very dry sense of humor, and at that point it wasn't a joke. He was absolutely like,
no, completely.
He's just the best. Yeah, it was great. And a gold medal to boot, so not a bad sailor.
Well, it looks here like they're going from strength to strength, looking like they're climbing up on the rest of the fleet. Certainly Allegre and the Virtuals got them into third place. It'll be a brilliant comeback, because what we are talking about, the coastal race being so processional and being very hard to gain places over such a long course, it kind of shows that in a way we were a bit wrong, that there are opportunities.
Completely.
when you know the area, you've really done your research into what's going to happen further up the course, that they can get back into the race by doing one long throw out. At the beginning, I didn't think it was going to work for them, and the left has just come on so strong in the last couple of miles that they've just sailed all the way around Sled and Azura. If they lay it, of course. If they don't, then they might have to put a tack in. It might be quite hard to get back in with a very weak right tack. But it will also do favours for the other boats like Brennensek and Gladiator, who have also been in the right. And by looking at the virtual and what everyone else can see on the TV, looks like they're laying, and that'll do wonders for them as well. You see Gladiator's gone up ahead of Sled. Sled went the furthest left and Azura went the next. We might see Brennensek and Gladiator actually jump Azura here as well, if they get even more of a left and manage to get round the mark.
Interesting, but looking at that just now, then Privetza look like they've almost a little bit overlaid just now.
I guess they'd still be pretty happy, given their position over Quantum. Saying on the track they've got a 150 metre lead. I'm sure that should grow when they bear away around the mark, especially in this building breeze. But they'll be pretty happy knowing they were on lay for a while, and being able to just go faster and faster and faster at the mark. They might lose a bit out to Platoon, maybe 100 metres to Platoon or so. But those guys are going to be coming into the mark doing 12 knots if they're able to foot off 10, 15 degrees.
Allegri going quite well just now as well. Jenny, can you see Allegri and give us an update?
Well, I do. We were talking Preveza, I absolutely think you guys are right. They've cracked off. I mean, we're out to leeward of Preveza. I absolutely agree with you guys. They've already cracked off. Their mainsail's super eased, super open and twisted. I'm across the course from them, but even from here you can see their main much more open and twisted than the rest of the fleet. So just behind them, Quantum Racing probably starting to crack off soon. Allegre, if they are, I think they're just here off my stern, the white boat above Platoon. Allegre and Platoon still with tighter profiles, so they're still trying to lay this mark. In fact, we've just got the rock in front of us now, so I can see there's a little yellow buoy that the race committee has set. That's a keep away mark. It's just a safety mark for the fleet, and yeah, easily Preveza, Quantum laying that no problem. I mean, reaching probably 10 or 15 degrees, and yeah, as you said, maybe they'll give away 100 meters, but Allegre are going to be fighting, I think, with Platoon. Actually, I'm not sure if they will. They should be able to just hold to windward of Platoon, but it's looking like that distance is closing all the time.
But also overall, though, a good beat from Allegre, from Andy Horton and navigator Will Best.
A very good beat. I think those guys played a very safe, conservative, but not too conservative game. I mean, they did tack a couple times over with Quantum and Azura, but they always still had Platoon in touch. And with Platoon going all the way out to the right, to be confident enough that you're keeping them in touch, I think they've done an excellent job here.
Yeah, we can just see the speeds there. Preveza making 11.4, Quantum 11.7, and corresponding the boats in the slightly lower ley line. So Allegre and Platoon doing 10.2, 10.3 knots as we come into this mark number 3. So how does the actual rounding look, Jenny?
Well, they're going to be rounding this mark to starboard. There's a couple other islands to the left of these guys, but those aren't in the course. They're just things they need to avoid. In fact, they kind of had to crack off to come to leeward of one that's to the left of them. Ultimately, there's still another 20-25 boat length.
So it should be a straight bear away, Fergal.
Yeah, it should be just a straight bear away set. They're not going to get the wind shadow off the island, and you'd think they do a pretty well. I think Preveza's got a good enough lead that they'll be able to go out on their own and wait to see what the guys behind them do if anyone jibes in early. It's a very, very long run down to the next island. I think it's around 5 or 6 miles. So they're just going to be looking to be from that far in front of the next boat, as per the virtual says. They'd be looking at that loose cover and just make sure they're controlling the fleet and not doing anything crazy, and let the guys behind jibe on each other and have another little battle like we saw at the bottom of this beat, and just hopefully get to sail away. But they're obviously sailing away right now, doing 11, 12, maybe up to 13 knots by the time they come up here. And you see from this virtual what's happened to this left, which was geographically known earlier in the day, and how Platoon have come round, and how Preveza's line does almost the opposite, how they started off high and they've actually bent round to the right, and so will Quantum's and Azura and Sleds. But it's a pretty, you get the feel of how big the left shift was from 2 miles further down the beat to let Platoon, Gladiator, Preveza, Brenenesek and Allegre really climb up to make a really, really long ley line.
So Jenny, just talk to us about this rounding, how far we've got to go, and the shape that Preveza and Quantum are in.
Yeah, we're getting right up there now. I think only 2 boat lengths for Preveza till they round the white mark, and then ultimately another 3 boat lengths till they round the island. We've just gone airborne on the rib trying to get up here, so there are definitely some waves now for the fleet coming upwind, which will make for a fun ride on the downwind. Preveza has their bow in on the bow, getting the kite ready. It's not out of the bag yet, but he's essentially taking the tack out as we speak. So they will be setting I think it is a tight reach to the next, well, maybe it's a broad reach at this point. Breezes come less enough, perhaps it's a broad reach to the next mark. But the question would be, which spinnaker do you want to go with, especially if you know it's windy up here, but it's only going to be getting lighter. And ultimately, maybe it's a long enough downwind you could do a peel if you're in the wrong set, in the wrong spinnaker. So Peter Holmberg driving Preveza, bearing away as we speak around the island. Next up, about 7 boat lengths back, Quantum Racing, Burglari and Terry Hutchinson don't even have their bowman on the bow yet. They've got their crew maneuver so crisp, though maybe it doesn't quite need to happen until now. Now bowman heading out. Greg Gendel opening the hatch, pulling the spinnaker out. Next up, 2 boat lengths back, Platoon. So they have made it up into third. Well done to Platoon, using that right-hand side of the upwind to get from, I believe they were actually just 4th at the bottom mark, but ultimately they were somewhere between 4th and 6th. So Platoon doing a good job here, but they're only 1 boat length ahead of Allegre. Allegre, driven by owner Andy Soriano, bowman on board. These guys don't quite have their spinnakers out and ready as the front 2 boats did. Again, there's just something about being really forward in the pack that means you just work that extra tiny bit harder and faster, and ultimately the 2 front runners up and running with kites, and actually we're still seeing as they've borne away both Allegre and Platoon still not with kites up. In fact, Allegre a kite up and full now, and Platoon not quite full as we speak, so not the best set there. Okay, continuing back at about 15 boat lengths. 5th place, also bow number 5, Brennan Asek Gazprom. We were speaking earlier about how they won this race last year. They'll be looking to move forward from that 5th place, but there is a bit of a gap to the top 4. And then just 2 boat lengths back from them, Azura, the Italian team having suffered on that upwind. As we saw, Quantum Racing playing the long game, stacking on them a lot, sending them out to that left side, and ultimately too big of a left shift, and that meant Azura lost out. Gladiator, Fergal will make you happy, moved up there.
I'm always happy.
7th place. All right, well, even happier.
I'm happier now.
Oh, I think there was a day in Miami when you weren't so happy.
Oh, I was happy. I just didn't look it.
I believe that, yeah. Only half a boat length back from Azura. Unfortunately, your team not quite having their best set.
Just losing Jenny there, but good images, Fergal, off the rounding there of Sparviero.
Yeah, it's we go back to saying, is the coastal a good thing? I mean, to see images like this, certainly for any spectators or people watching on TV, it's nicer to see a mark, a natural mark being used like that, and for us to be able to go and do this long course around beautiful areas and use natural landmarks as marks instead of just going around a rubber buoy, which we're so used to. It just makes for the spectacle of the race, and you see images like this. I like the coastal race. People come at me for saying that, but I do like it.
Come on. Anyway, things looking good for Preveza, Quantum and Platoon then getting around in 3rd, consolidating their position then at the top of the table.
I think it's pretty interesting. Brennensek jibing almost immediately after to go back inshore. Michele's obviously sailed here for years and years and done the cup here, and was talking about how the strategy has to be right. There was a couple of days when the strategy wasn't, or a couple of races the strategy wasn't quite right, and he's not followed the pack, and his strategy is to go inshore. So between the afterguard on board Brennensek, there's obviously something that they think is going to happen inshore, and it may spook a couple of the other boats, but the majority of the fleet's just going to sail straight. And I don't know what the breeze is like inshore. Maybe Jenny knows better, but it's I didn't think we'd see anyone jibe off that early. We can just see the next mark a long way in the distance, so there are going to be a few jibes involved, but to be doing it that early is a big call.
In the meantime, then Azura lying 5th. Could do with taking a few places. Do you see any opportunities down this run, or is it just a fairly straightforward boat speed challenge?
I think it'll be a quite a processional run, and then towards the end we might see two or three jibes right at the end. But again, when the first boat jibes, they're going to see the next boat try and cover, and we'll see that domino like we have done in most of the races. So.
And at the moment then the Rolex boats, Prevets and Platoon on this downwind lying first and third.
Yes,
and the Gladiator not doing too badly.
Well, the Rolex boats, like our 2015 boat, they really liked these conditions, these flat water 15 knot conditions. Certainly downwind, they're incredible. We did enjoy these conditions last year. We loved sailing here in these. They were good for Tony in that boat. You know, we found it difficult to sail in the really big lumpy stuff, but in these conditions, the boat really lit up downwind. So yeah, Prevets and Platoon, you know, good for JV to be up in the final two boats in the fleet left as JV boats. It's good to see them up the front to get such a strong fleet from Boateen.
That's right. Let's watch and see how the Platoon goes down this leg, very much in their sweet spot, as it were. 15, 16 knots. Getting some pictures there of Azura. How are the conditions now, Jenny?
You know, it's instantly less windy out here. So we've just come about 100 boat lengths from the top mark, and there's less breeze as we speak. So I think perhaps for Nanosek going in just to stay in that breeze a bit longer. They have now jibed back, but it gives them good clearance from the fleet. And also, they've been in a really tricky spot. They had Azura with an excellent set behind them right on their stern. So I think if you make that decision and jibe early, you're just allowing yourselves a bit more breathing room later on down the course, especially as the whole fleet starts to jibe. And ultimately, if they did get in good pressure, it looks like the three boats in the back of the pack decided to go the same way as Nanosek. So it could be interesting to see if they all made a slight gain here on the pack forward. But as we speak, Platoon looks
comfortable up in front. They've got maybe almost a 10-12 boat length lead now over Quantum. So in fact, I think have pulled out a bit more distance than what they had at the top mark.
Yeah, that's what we're just saying. The Rolex boats tend to be in their kind of sweet spot just now, over 12, 13 knots of wind coming downwind. Then the Prevets and the Platoon would be reckoned to be the quicker boats. Also with Run Racing, though not having a good race.
I think it shows how tight the fleet is. I've just been looking at what would happen if this is the finishing order, and Prevetsa, who struggling with their first few results, would actually go up to 6th place with this first and go to 33 points and be right back in the mix. And we said it in Key West and in Miami how tight this fleet is getting. There's no given as to who's going to be in the top 3 or the back 3. It's Quantum and Platoon have obviously got a very good lead, but it's not. There's still we're halfway through the regatta. There's going to be 5 races left after this, and you see Quantum's already picked up an 8th, so it's they are human, those guys.
Completely. And correspondingly, look at Ran Racing and Sled. Ran Racing, the 2013 world champions, presently at the bottom of our leaderboard, albeit tied on points with Sled. You know, Sled were 3rd in 2015 and regular race winners and started quite well. But anyway, there's Platoon, the regatta leaders just now, and indeed the circuit leaders. Quick shot of them going well. Are they closing down Quantum Racing, do you feel, Jenny?
Sorry, Andy, ask again?
I was just asking whether you feel that Platoon are getting into Quantum Racing, perhaps.
You know, what's interesting is both Quantum Racing and Platoon have a much more bow-down configuration at this point than Preveza. I'm seeing waves over the bow of Quantum and Platoon, and it didn't look like our leaders had done that. Maybe that was just a momentary thing. No, Quantum is taking a wave on their bow, so I'm not sure why that is happening. Why they're sitting a bit
further bow down. But no, I don't see Platoon making any major gains here.
Yeah.
There's still about 4 points. In fact, the Library in fourth, taking a higher lane, trying to get up to the big enough to bring it in. Behind them.
Just losing Jenny a bit, but that's a 220-metre lead just now then for Preveza, Fergal.
Yeah, they've just
smoking,
just being able to get that kite up, and I think what Jenny was saying earlier about the mentality between being in the first portion of the fleet and the last portion of the fleet. When you're out there in first,
you're pushing.
There's for some reason everyone's trying their hardest out there. There's no doubt about that. But when you're winning, there's just that extra 0.5% that means your kite is up quicker and it's set quicker, and you just want to gain and gain and gain. And it is fairly normal to see in this fleet that once you are out in front, you're able to gain because the people behind are concentrating on securing their positions, and you're allowed to sail away. But Preveza obviously had a glamour mark rounding, island rounding back there, and doing 15 knots, touch slower than Quantum are going. Maybe Quantum have just come up from their little bow down mode that Jenny was talking about, doing 16 and kind of more onto Preveza's line than they were before. But Preveza are just absolutely smoking. They're just being allowed to just run away, and looking at this, I think if we look directly behind the boats, then we might see that they're actually going to get let down to this mark a little bit more. I don't know if there's going to be a trend in the wind moving as you get down to the other side of the Bay of Scarlino, or is the Bay of Scarlino here? I don't know what it's called.
It is now.
As you get down to the other side of the bay, maybe they get let down. So I think you can see here that Brunenisek's line is higher to the left than the lines of the boats who stayed on the first jibe. And Brunenisak are actually coming up into the fleet, which is going to be a loss for those 4 boats who went in.
Yeah.
But again, they had to do something to get back in. There's still 5.5 miles left of this run, so maybe they get let down as well. But certainly the 6 boats out on the left are being let down into the mark slightly more than the boats inshore.
Gladiator just chipping away.
Yeah, they had a good. Yeah, they tucked into the same late left as Platoon did. They didn't go quite as early. Platoon obviously made the biggest call to go right early, but Gladiator got into that as well and made a big gain on Sled and Azura, who went the furthest left, actually overtaking Sled to go around the mark and sticking quite in close to the back of Azura. It's just about eight boat lengths behind or so of Azura. But like we said earlier, Azura are one of those teams who really pick away, and they lost a few places. They were happily in third, went for that early left, and it didn't pay off for them. But now they've got to get that back, so they're going to be charging in on Allegre, really putting pressure on Allegre, and Allegre at the same time are going to be trying to push in hard on Platoon to get that place back that they lost by Platoon making that kind of audacious move to go right. So there's people trying to get their places back, and then people trying to defend their newfound fortune in their position.
So in the meantime, if you have any questions you'd like us to try and answer, post them either on Facebook or Twitter, and we'll respond as quickly as we can, either Fergal, myself, or Jenny out on the water. Any topic you like. But I think it's no secret around the dock that the heads were down a little bit on the Preveza team the last couple of days, especially after that first day. They will have actually been exonerated really for that OCS. But they really were all guns blazing off the start line, or ready to go all guns blazing off the start line. So that really cost them, I think, psychologically and emotionally. And that kind of set the tone for the regatta. So this is really the perfect antidote, bouncing back with a good, comfortable lead on this coastal race. We're on the fourth leg of 6, and this day number 3 of the Rolex TP52 World Championship. If you've just joined us, we're on the 26-mile coastal race. I think we'll just take a little break from the live. There's not too much happening. We're going to listen to and see Nacho Postigo, the navigator on board the leading boat Prevezza, talking about how he saw this coastal race playing out when we spoke to him before he left the dock.
Yeah, assuming we do the same course we did yesterday, last year, which was a beautiful one, we will start from the starting area and go and run Sparviero Rock to port the first time. That is basically a pure beat, and it's like a 5-mile beat, full on.
What are the opportunities on that beat?
Well, what we learned last year is that it's pretty much a one-side track, and you have to play hard left, going to the beach as hard as you can. And normally the guys that protect the left are the guys that normally round and round. But what is very tricky is where you call the ley line there, because you can tag like 2 minutes before the ley line, and then the wind keeps going left, 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 and you end up passing the ley line. So it's when going left early is good, but then it's very, very tricky when you pull out, and that will depend on your boat speed, if you manage to cross the other boats or you don't. So it's not as simple as just go left and that's it. It has some more tricks. Then you go around the rock, and it's counterclockwise the first time. So we leave the island and a small mark that the committee has placed there very, very judiciously, because there is a shoal, so that we round that mark and we leave the shoal to port. Yes, to the northeast of the island is a very nasty rocky zone. So it's now the limit by a mark, and we have to go around the mark. And then we come down to the gate, round the gate, and go up again to the island to round it this time clockwise. And from there we go to the Rolex mark before heading to the finish. So that's similar to last year's course, and as I say, it's pretty much a one-side track, but it's still some opportunities are open.
And the breeze is fairly steady all the way around. Are there transition zones, or is it fairly straightforward?
It is straight in direction and continuity, if you want. There's no big holes. What it does change a lot is the pressure through the day. At the beginning, we will start possibly in something like 9, 10 knots, 11 at the committee, and by the time we get to the island it will be like 14, 15 knots. Like you expect, okay, now we go out of the bay and it's building. We go downwind, and the wind, we will come down possibly with the pressure, and we feel the pressure will fill all the way down to the gate. And then as we come up to the island, it's very likely that the second time we get to the island it's lighter, and it's more pressure now at the very end of the racetrack. So the pressure distribution changes a little bit through the day, and it's not very homogeneous.
A lot of pressure on the start then?
A lot of pressure on the start, and I'm remembering ourselves in the start of this race last year, tangling perfectly the committee anchor, the pin and anchor line. So we had a perfect start, and at the end we took the pin with us. So we hope this year is a little bit better.
A little bit more prudent. Anyway, naturally, the other thing is, obviously a highly paid navigator like you can't afford shoes on the boat.
No, I cannot.
What's the reason you like to sail in bare feet?
I don't know. I like. It's always been like this. The only time of my sailing career I remember using feet was in the America's Cup, and just because I was helping in the aft pedestal, and the grinder in front of me, every time I was going to click on one of the buttons, he was always stepping on my feet. So I had to use shoes to protect my feet from the other crew member. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I like it.
The big guys never stood on your toes then?
Only when we are grinding, so now I stay away.
Good. Thanks, Nacho. So that was Nacho Postigo, the very successful navigator on board the Prevezza, one of the most experienced navigators in this fleet. I can remember him way back in 2005, 2006. In fact, 2005 he was the winning navigator on board the Pisco Sur with younger Vasco Voscotto. And since then he's sailed in numerous different TP52s and does a fantastic job. Obviously also ran the 52 class in the early days. Hugely experienced and his magic working just now for the Prevezza team. Just also talking about the fact that we were just asking him, because he's, I think, probably the only sailor that we see regularly in this fleet sailing with bare feet. a personal choice. He says there's no obvious reason why. He's just always done it. And obviously, they think as navigator at the towards the back of the boat, there's probably a little bit less chance of somebody standing on your feet on the stampede across the boat through the tacks and the jibes. So platoon then, the regatta leader looking pretty solid there in third place. Allegri lining up behind them. Platoon chasing down Quantum. Little bit of a gain, I think, to Quantum just now. I think we're over 200 metres in the middle part of this run. But at the moment it's dropped to 140, so perhaps Quantum pulling down some breeze as they come. Jenny, we're just saying, I think Quantum have caught Provezza very slightly, and at the moment our boat speeds show Quantum about 14 or 12, 13, 14 knots. Yeah, roughly the same kind of speeds as Provezza. But has there been a gain to Quantum, do you think?
Well, I think you're right. It's just a bit better breeze behind all the time. They're basically sailing into lighter and lighter and lighter pressure. So Provezza presumably will always be losing to the pack behind as they sail into the lighter spot first. Although I do think Quantum has had to reach up a bit more. It almost looks like the entire fleet behind.
We can see that in the virtual a bit.
Yeah. I think Allegri was the one that started that. Allegri forcing the boat just in front of them, which is Platoon, to come up with them. And then ultimately, about 2 or 3 minutes later, Quantum had to respond as well. So those three having to play the high lane game, and it's allowing Provezza to drop down to lure it a little bit, but ultimately they just keep sailing into lighter pressure, so their lead shrinking all the time. And then behind them, there's two boats. I know one's Hot 8, or I can't quite see the other one, a White Kite, but they've been able to stay a bit middle of those two options. They're definitely lower lane than the three guys fighting high, but I think unfortunately for Brennnesek and Morgan Larson, that jibe inshore, and in fact for the four boats that all jibed inshore, I don't think at this point is paying off, but you never know until these guys drive to the bottom mark, so we can't say for sure that it hasn't paid off, but I think it might have just been an extra distance sailed way out of the way if the rest are all going to lay in one.
And do you have a visual on the on this leeward mark?
I have a visual on an island in front of me, which we are aiming at. So my assumption would be that's the correct island, that this is Turbino, and in fact, if it is the correct island, then yeah, the guys driving away have made a very tough decision, because ultimately it won't be, it either will be a very short drive or not a drive at all, really, for these guys. There is a big island in front of us. I do think it's the right one, but I don't actually have the coordinates.
I think that,
I don't have the coordinates out.
Yeah, I think that is Chiboli Island, and it's about 3.3 miles to get down there. And you're a little bit of an expert on the island, Jenny, the history and culture.
I did a little bit of research on it this morning. I had no
But
idea
you forgot.
where it was. Apparently, I still don't. But it's right in the middle of Piombino Channel. So I mean, out to the left, Elba Island, that's basically southwest of us. We keep talking the rest of the week about the breeze coming from Elba Island. That's just to the southwest. Then to the north, we've got the Piombino Promontory. So Chervoli basically located right in the middle of this, what they call the Piombino Channel. It's part of the Tuscan Archipelago National Park, so it's now protected. But it previously was used kind of as a peregrine falcon breeding ground. I think in the 13th century they were donating them to the archbishops of Pisa, and there's still supposedly falcons on the island. It was owned by a writer, Carlo Casola, until 2000, and it has a really cool tower that was built in 1108. So it's been inhabited for long periods of time, even though it no longer is. It's a cool history, I think.
Fantastic job, yeah. Fergal was nodding sagely here. He knew all that.
Yeah. Fastest animal on the planet, peregrine falcon.
Is it?
Is
it not a bird?
Fastest bird on the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, that lead's dropped around about 100 metres since the early part of this run.
It certainly looks like Quantum have taken a bit of a higher mode for the last mile. We saw further back down the run that they were below Provezza's line, and whether Provezza have just taken a lower line just to get some get some separation down to leeward. But Quantum have gone from being lower of Provetsa's line to now a few boat lengths above it. Maybe they're looking to gain a bit more speed and get a bit closer to them for when Provetsa jibe, just to see if they can get any kind of cover on them at all. But it looks like all of the boats, as you go back, are going higher and higher than the next one. So Provetsa are probably thinking that their lead's big enough, and they can afford to go a little slower and lower for the time being. And then when they feel like the time is right, they can start going back up to normal pace and match the boats behind.
So things not going quite as well as they did last year for the Brunner Sec, and correspondingly much better than they did last year for the Provetsa.
They've always been kind of kings of the coastals, so we've seen them do so well in Porto in the past. So they'll be looking to get back into this coastal and keep their kind of fame of how well they've done in the coastals in the past relevant today. But they obviously took a big gamble to go inshore, and they've closed the original gap from when they jibed off. It said that Azure and Gladiator were 300 metres ahead, and maybe they've got a little better pressure. They've started to be able to go a little lower inside. Earlier on we saw that they were climbing up to the fleet outside, and now it looks like they're separating back again. But certainly Azura and Gladiator have got a knot of boat speed on them at the moment, but sailing a lot higher. But I don't think Brunner Sec will end up losing as much as it first seemed. And when Gladiator and Azura jibe back, we'll see that gap of 70 metres, 60, 70 metres that we see on the virtual here. I think that will shrink back down, and potentially Brunner Sec will be ahead of those two boats.
But certainly the fleet is spread out quite a lot then now, with 1600 metres back to the RAN racing. That's a long way to catch up.
I don't know what Jenny's got on the water out there, but from our window there's a line of less pressure just right in the far right hand side of the bay here, like up underneath the town of Piombino. There seems to be a line of less pressure, and the boats seem to be going a little slower now, maybe just because they're footing off. But maybe there's a little less pressure over towards this island than we saw at the first rock.
Ultimately, that might be why the boats are sailing higher and higher. I mean, if they're getting higher, I don't think they're, of course. No problem.
It's interesting then, isn't it, that there are a few boats in this fleet that do tend to do quite well in the coastal races. Provetsa being one of them, as you said. Brunner Sec ran racing from time to time, kind of blow a little bit hot and cold. And I know that in particular Terry Hutchison's not a big fan of the coastal race. More particularly just because, as you said, it's quite a long day, high stakes for still the same number of points.
Yeah, and when you could be, the big con of the coastal race is the time consumption. You could be, and especially on a day like today, with this undisturbed southerly wind in this flat water, you could get 3 really nice windward lewards in. But the way the regatta is set up is the coastal is on this day. We don't. you don't change it just for the weather conditions. We don't know exactly what it's going to be like the next couple of days. It could be exactly the same tomorrow, and we get 2 or 3 really, really good windward lewards in. But it is a nice break because we didn't have any in Key West, we didn't have any in Miami. We had one in Menorca.
That's right, yeah. But just tell me, looking back to yesterday, we did 3 races. It was a long and challenging day. We saw, particularly in the third race, that some of the unforced errors, or human errors, if you like, started to creep in. We had Sorcia's kite over the side. We saw that Ran ripped their kite. We saw that Quantum Racing got their kite snagged on the spreader end. And these things just creeping in, obviously a hugely talented fleet, very, very high level. But these things creeping in the third race in particular. How popular is a 3-race day? I know that some of the owners are adamant that they prefer just 2.
Well, I think it's a tough one because Maria or any race officer's got 10 races to fill, and you want to do them all. And if you're stuck with a day like the first day when you've only been able to put 1 race away, then it makes sense for you to catch up to your schedule and have 3 races. And when you've got the conditions to do it, why not? I mean, we've been blessed here in Scarlino with some really, really nice winds, some really nice conditions, and they're conditions we don't get elsewhere. When we're in Porticurvo, we get the shifty conditions of the straits, the Bonifacio Straits, and you get big waves. You get the Mistrals come in, and in Palma, it gets pretty choppy with a sea breeze there. So this nice flat circuit we get here is it should be used for 3 races, or should be used to its potential. And it is a long day. You're out on the water for 6-7 hours, and you do your training previous to the first race, and then sometimes you might have to wait. The first race yesterday was very hard, and it was hot out there yesterday as well. Yeah. And then you get into the second and third races, and the wind's building up, and you're already kind of on the back foot of being a little tired. These are all athletes. They're all professional athletes out there, but it still takes its toll being out and sailing such a challenging sport. That's right. That mentally and physically, by the time you get to the end of the third race, I remember seeing a couple of the guys go through the finish line, and the drivers, so maybe the owner drivers, kind of give their tiller or their wheel over and just take a big sigh of relief and go, "Phew, thanks, that's over." But it is a long physical day, and we do race in these nice places with a lot of sun. But it does drain it out of you, and if you're not drinking enough, and there's a lot of concentration going on, and
obviously there's,
a hard day.
Like you say, pro athletes. Does everybody manage themselves, or do you find that on board there's somebody who really kind of crew boss who makes sure everybody's hydrated and eats well in between races and looks after the owner?
Yeah, I think that every boat has a kind of, like you say, the crew boss or the manager who's making sure that the team are well hydrated and well fed, and they've got sugar going in them, and making sure that they're going to be able to sail to the same potential in the last race as they did in the first race. Because if you don't do it, you're not going to be able to sail to the same potential, and you're not a machine. They're not robots. They need to keep hydrated and keep fed. And if they're, I'm sure they can all look after themselves, but it is nice to have someone reminding you to take on fluids, and because it's a game
Tony
changer.
Pretty good that way, is he? He knows what he's doing, and as well used to sailing in the sun.
Yeah,
and he's pretty fit, isn't he?
Yeah, he
goes
does
out on his road bike every morning, does an hour circuit.
Yeah, he does a lot of cycling, and we're in a great place here with a lot of nice mountains. We can go cycling in the mornings and the afternoons. So yeah, Tony knows that you've got to keep yourself hydrated if you want to go up the next hill, and the next hill in terms of sailing is the next beat, and you've got to have those fluids inside of you, certainly as a helmsman, and concentrating against the other boats at the same level. You can't slack off, because it will ultimately lose your race or places.
And another little point you made to me before we started the regatta was that you changed, or you customised the helming positions to Tony's preference while you're doing the work in the boat.
Yeah, that's right. Tony's been sailing the 2009 Artemis boat and the 2015 Gladiator boat for 5 years, and he's got a particular helming style and position of the wheels which he's become accustomed to and comfortable sailing with. So then when you take on a new position, which the Interlodge had, it was very hard for Tony to get very, very comfortable with it. And ultimately, again, if he's not comfortable racing,
he has a particular helming style, shall we say, a particular
there's a position where he likes to have the wheel in the middle, and the position of the wheel being so outboard on Interlodge made it very difficult to get round the side of it. The gap was very, very small. So what we did, we moved the pedestal in further inboard in the boat and slightly further upright to bring the wheel in and create a larger gap to the side of the boat, and made it easier for him to get into that position. And if that
so it's exactly the same as it was in the previous boat.
Yes, yeah. The distance between the edge of the wheel, the outboard edge of the wheel, and the lifeline is exactly the same as the red boat, which is where he's most comfortable.
And what's the actual performance profile of the boat compared with the Rolex boat?
I think for us it's a much easier boat for us to find the optimum angles and speeds. So when we're going upwind in the Rolex boat, you had to be very, very precise, and if you wanted to hit the target numbers that are on the screens on the mast, you had to. It was so fine. But when you were there, it was a fast, very, very fast boat, and on par with all of the other boats out there. But with this boat, it's slightly more forgiving towards us, and the range of being able to get into the targets is broader, so we can sail faster, easier. I think is the main thing, and Tony's getting on well with the boat. He's got Ed, who's a phenomenal coach and tactician, behind him, telling him where to go. It's kind of the pieces of the puzzle are all coming together, and
that relationship seems to be growing from what I can see. That it's kind of reinvigorated Tony in a way where he has somebody who can really trust, and he seems to be keen to learn. We see them quite often sitting on the boat, after the boat's docked, just Tony just listening to Ed, and Ed just giving him that information, giving them the next points to learn and the next
I think
targets.
If you want to have someone to be your coach, you want to have the best guy in the fleet, and undoubtedly, looking at results historically, Ed Baird is the best coach and driver in this in this fleet. So to have him behind us, behind Tony, and giving him all of that knowledge, then it's unbeatable.
Absolutely, he's done everything in the sport, and he's got a nice, relatively laid back attitude. He doesn't get too overexcited. I mean, the case in point, of course, was in that T-bone situation back in Miami. Just watching Ed's reaction, it was quite an insight.
Yeah, I'm sure Ed's seen his fair share of incidents on the water, and to keep that calm mannerism is exactly what you need in that scenario, because it'd be very easy to panic and throw all the hard work out the window. And he just knew that, okay, it's happened, got to get back in, and then kind of the rest was down to us. But no, there's a very calming mannerism around Ed, which kind of travels through the whole boat, and it's great to see.
So meantime, we see a bit of a gain to Brunellasek according to the virtual. Certainly in terms of distance to that Mark IV, that does look like maybe a small gain to more, but whether that's an anomaly or not, we'll find out. But certainly Privetsa leading that main group. Azura seemed to have jibed off.
I think we'll see. Maybe Jenny can see better that where Azura go in terms of Brunellasek, whether Brunellasek have made a massive gain, and certainly by the virtual, if it's telling the truth, then Brunellasek have had an absolute beauty to jibing off early and staying in the same pressure as the guys up to windward of them, and being able to sail in fast on a lower course. So I'm sure Jenny will be able to tell us better.
We have Jenny. Jenny, can you talk to us?
Yeah, are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Just tell us what's happening.
Excellent.
Then. Privetsa have jibed.
Yeah, I mean, Privetsa's jibed. We're parked just at the island now, and as you say, it looks to my eye like the mast of Brunellasek is taller, and they will be crossing in about 3. Yes, and they're crossing ahead, no problem from Azura. So it was a decent call for them to go in earlier. I couldn't tell how far the cross was because they're quite upwind of us, but but they didn't lose any distance, and if any, they've probably gained some because they had been just ahead of Azura. I mean, Azura was on their sternway because they rounded that top mark. So we were worried if they were going to lose out, and I think ultimately, at least with those guys, they've stayed ahead. Does it have them? No, they should still be behind this lead pack, I think, as they come across.
Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, how do the lead pack look? Privetza's lead pretty solid relative to Quantum Racing.
Yeah, they've all jibed. They're on our stern in a line, essentially. They've jibed for the ley line here for Tivoli Island, and Privetza's mast much taller than the white Amway Spinnaker behind. The four of them a bit spread out, so I think it was Allegre, Azura has jibed, Gladiator has jibed. In fact, Gazprom, Brunnesek just crossing Gladiator there as well, so I think Gladiator probably still sitting sixth behind Azura. But Privetza looks comfortable with their lead. I mean, I think those guys did all play this weird high game, and whether it was because they were sailing into lighter pressure and had to sail higher, or whether they were worried about the boat behind them and ultimately ended up getting taken high, that makes it easier on Brunnesek to make those gains. They didn't have to worry about anyone behind them. They were all on their own there earlier. They're actually driving much earlier than the lead pack now, Brunnesek driving. So I think they think the lead pack have overstood a little bit. But again, if they've been sailing higher angles, maybe they're just sailing a higher angle into the top mark, and Brunnesek is continuing to sail their low angles into the top mark. So might be a double game for Brunnesek there. But Privetza looking quite comfortable still over Quantum Racing, I think.
Right, so a question there from Hakan, I think, for you, Fergal, just explaining the score system. So basically, lower points for doing better.
Yeah, first place gets 1 point. It's not like Formula One where you get maximum points for a win. We try and have the lowest points possible. So first place is worth 1 point, and 10th place is worth 10 points. And the team at the end of the regatta with the lowest score is ultimately the winner. So yeah, it's just the reverse of what we see in sports like Formula One.
And just to extend on that, then obviously the team which reaches the end of the season with the lowest points wins the 52 Super Series. And indeed, just to reiterate, there are no discards over the course of the whole season. We do between 40 and 50 races, and every point counts.
Yeah, it's tough not having discards. You know, growing up, I'm sure Jenny's the same. Doing all the dinghy sailing, you have a bad result and you think, okay, well at least I can get rid of that one. You know, if you get black flagged for being over the line, or something goes wrong, you always know that you're going to be able to get rid of it, and you just have to sail clean for the rest of the regatta. Here, if you have a bad race one day or any day throughout the series, it stays with you, and it comes back to haunt you later on. You say, if I didn't have that 10th that day, we had a 5th, we might be 2nd or 3rd in the season. So it's a hard thing, and it just means every race has to count.
So Jenny, we've just got Privetza approaching this rounding for Mark 4, the Tivoli Island.
In fact, they have just dropped their spinnaker and rounded the mark. Ultimately, it's now going to be a relatively upwind course back towards Scarlino Marina. There's just one more Rolex mark and then the finish line. So Kite has come down on Privetza, but not yet on Quantum Racing. So they've gained not gained, but they've stayed about 8 boat lengths ahead. It's interesting because there's quite a wind shadow behind the island here. So they're still in the tail end of the breeze, but as they sail in front of them, they're going to get, almost parked. It's probably 5 knots, so it's not that scary, but it is quite a wind shadow, and they're getting to it now. And it'll be interesting to see how the teams decide to go about this, whether Quantum Racing maybe goes a bit further. In fact, Quantum Racing keeping their kite up and going further at the moment. I think they're going to try to stay in this puff and sail out along the line of Privetza, because Privetza's just dropped into this wind shadow, and their sails are in that really awkward luffing in the middle of the boat. So I thought it was going to still be 5 knots for them, but it's more like 0. And we have a passing situation here, you guys. We might have Quantum Racing holding their kite a little bit longer, staying in this puff a little bit longer, just ultimately getting a bit further away from this island. Privetza, unfortunately, their jib has just backwinded, and it looks like they've tacked. So this island giving them some really awkward breeze behind. Quantum Racing still with the kite up, and their kite is now plastered onto the jib. So it's time to get that kite down, boys, because they're going upwind as well. But we are seeing all kinds of action going on. I mean, they're ultimately, Provezza's tacked. Quantum still has a kite up, and in fact, it might have been a jibe on Provezza because Quantum's spinnaker has just filled, and they're going to be overlapped in a second with Provezza here. So all the boats behind coming into a massive park up, like 5 kites still up. Hernandez's trying to drop theirs. Quantum's is once again stuck onto the front sails. I can't tell how much of this you guys can see on the camera, but it is an amazing situation lining up here just behind Turboli Island.
Yeah, keep going, Jenny, because we're only in the virtual, so the more that you can tell us, the better.
Okay, well, it's just a big park up, and I do think it is breeze on the bow. I do think Provezza was attacked. Quantum is further outside of them, and at this point, I think passing Provezza, unfortunately. So now they're randomly on port tack because they'd all rounded on port, and they'd all rounded on starboard and just headed upwind. So this island giving them this really weird little back channel, back eddy. They were on port for about the 7 seconds that we said, and now the breeze filling again from upwind starboard tack. So Quantum outside of Provezza. If Provezza's breeze is filling and holding on starboard, then Quantum just in the wrong spot in their bottom corner, in their bottom hip, and they'll be in Provezza's bad area. But they are within half a boat length to leeward, and ultimately they won't have luffing rights, but they might just be able to squeeze around here with the momentum of Provezza. And now both boats fully back up to pace. I mean, they're probably doing 5 or 6 knots again, so they've gotten around it. And the boat who's come out of it the best, I believe, is going to be Allegre here. They look like they've just sailed around everyone there. They're getting up into third. Platoon on the inside didn't have nearly as long a park up as the front 2 boats. So Platoon, I believe, just has been passed by Allegre. They will be 4th, but ultimately they got going much quicker. And Quantum Racing, as we were saying, I think just able to have more momentum and pull out to leeward of Provezza. So they, to my eye, maybe with a half boat length lead, but to leeward. So Provezza in the more dominant starboard position ahead, but they may have to tack off if Quantum Racing goes into tense mode. Then we've got Allegre to leeward of both, about 3 boat lengths to leeward, and came out of that looking very good, a lot of distance gained. Much further to windward, close to the island, but with not nearly as bad a park up, Platoon. And then just off their stern, I think Azura was able to come out from the island decently. So Azura is holding off for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th spot. Brennennosek, who had gained so well, got parked in that spot. Again, not so long. It looked like it was the worst for the leaders, and ultimately the breeze has now filled again for everyone else. So Brennennosek, then the next boat to kind of get out of that light air spot from the island. And then 3 boats behind that clustered up. I think it's your Gladiator team, the furthest from the island, and ultimately their sails filling again, Fergal. So that's good. And then just behind that, a dark boat, which I can't tell who that is, and a light-colored boat, which I believe is Sled. And then behind them, Sorcha making a gain in that last spot, keeping their kite up, and they're going to sail around this hole. So depending on how long Sled stays in the hole, Sorcha might get around both Sled and the boat just to leeward of them. Gladiator's sails have filled, so Gladiator's getting out of it. But, oh my God, that was quite a fight. This island has given them a bit more. They've bitten off a bit more than they could chew in that. And in fact, Brennennosek going for attack and heading back in toward the island. I mean, now they're on the windward side of it, so they don't have to worry about the hole anymore. But Morgan Larson throwing what did I say yesterday? Throwing all the keys in the fire? But no, he's throwing everything at it that he can today by splitting with the feet repeatedly and getting themselves some leverage. So that was just a really, really tricky, really cool scenario to watch.
Absolutely, but overall the top 4, top 5 boats have all compressed up closer.
Completely. I mean, I think it's so tough for Provezza to have to lead there and ultimately be too close to that island. I mean, I think if you were to remember that next year, you would absolutely think danger zone. We're not going to get this close. And just weirdly, because for the later packs, they sailed through almost that exact scenario, but the hole just didn't exist for nearly as long anymore. So Provezza had sailed upwind, kind of tacking and head to wind twice. Gladiator had a full kite behind them. Quantum Racing had a full kite behind them, and all of a sudden they're tied to each other. But yeah, now they've rounded the corner. They're headed towards the next mark is a Rolex mark that the race committee has placed. So they're basically heading towards a Latin longitude right now. So it's going to be time for the navigators and strategists to decide where to go.
I think that's one of the bonuses of the coastal race, or well, bonuses for some and not so much of a bonus for others. But it's not just the clear-cut rounding of a mark. The first boat has to make a pretty critical decision as to how close to the island they get, and everyone who comes in behind gets probably for the first time in the race, the guys behind get the biggest advantage and get to see what's going on in front. And Jenny said about Allegro being able to sail all the way around the outside. You have to sail a longer rounding, but ultimately come out on top because you just have the speed. If one boat's down to 0 knots with their sails backing in for 20, 30 seconds, and the other guy's doing 7 knots and only having to do 100 meters further, it's going to be a huge gain for them. And it's just that element of the coastal race which isn't clear cut as a windward leeward. You've got to.
It's never over till it's over. In the meantime, Jenny, Preveza tack off.
Yeah, I think ultimately Quantum Racing in that leeward spot able to pinch up and force Preveza's tack there. But it's not a tough one. I do think it's going to be an upwind to this mark. So the fleet, I think, will have to tack at points. It's just that they probably didn't want to tack right there. I mean, it's crazy. This island was only 0.04 square miles, and it is only about maybe 2 masts height. It is taller than 1 mast, and I think probably it's 2 masts. But to think it could cause such havoc in the fleet as that, and ultimately, I think, lead to a lead change. I mean, does Virtual Eye have Quantum Racing leading now?
No, we've still got Preveza, but there's not very much in it at all.
Yeah, I think that the double tack, Preveza just tacking back now, so the double tack was a forced issue from Quantum Racing. So I think it will be interesting when they come back together. Of course, Preveza will be on the right and have the right to a starboard advantage, but it's going to be not in it at all at that point.
I'm not sure if Jenny can probably see better than us, but how far the next mark, the next Rolex mark, is down the course. But if it's very, very close to the land, then as they all saw in the last beat, that the wind might go left as they get further over towards the left-hand side of the bay. Whether boats will go all the way in there to pick up a small lefty, or whether the mark's far right enough or far enough in the middle of the bay that there is no big wind shift. There's actually just more of a steady breeze.
So yeah, Jenny, what's your thinking, the strategic thinking on this leg up to the Rolex mark?
We can't see it yet at this point, so I think it's meant to make it an upwind to the marina from there. But we have pretty solid breeze out here now. We have about maybe 11, 12 knots, and we still have this big swell because we're further out in the bay. So ultimately, well, I don't know if Fergal wants to bet on the left because Gladiator's just tacked off and gone to the right. So we'll have to see what ends up happening. But yeah, we will have some more headlands up there as we get back towards Scarlino, and we should ultimately see the same scenario that we saw earlier where the left pays a little bit better and has a little bit better pressure.
I think it should be pretty much directly upwind to this Mark 5 and then into Scarlino. So it should be almost a true beat, I hope.
If it is a true beat, it'll be hard to get. It'll be hard to get too far into land.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, they've got quite a long port tack, and then they would just be touching noses with land. So then it'll be about playing the ship that you're in. It's been pretty solid and pretty steady on the way down. We could assume the same up, and so I guess maybe as well as just boat speed and really getting in the groove and really trying to make every inch count here. And I think often the team that does well with that is the swirly-eyed guys on Quantum Racing that we're staring at right here. But Allegro doing really well as well. They've gained outside of Quantum, so they're in a bit of a footnote. Maybe they just needed to get out of Quantum's bad air, but they did do really well around that mark. And I think we'll see ultimately the fight between Quantum and Preveza for whoever's leading. It'll just be if Quantum can have enough speed to get that entire 52 feet around the front of Preveza.
That's right. Well, at the moment we have Quantum leading on our virtual eye by a matter of a few metres from Preveza. Platoon in the middle between the two of them. Platoon look to be in a fairly solid third place now. Then the battle between Azura and Allegra, Brunasek, Gladiator, Sled, Ran Racing and Sorsha.
I think with Quantum forcing Preveza to do 2 tacks, they've obviously taken a huge chunk. They took a massive chunk out of the island, but Quantum have just been allowed to just do this drag race now. I mean, that you see their track is probably a mile long from since they went round the island. They've just been allowed to extend, and you know, if Preveza's got any better pressure or more pressure from the right, they might be able to climb away. But I think it should be very, very tight at the top, and far more interesting than just that clean-cut lead that Preveza had originally. So they're really going to be made to work by Quantum and the boats chasing them down. It's still a long way to go on this beat. It's a 5-mile beat, and we've got 4.9 miles of it left to go in a straight line. So we've got a 45-minute beat left to go or more. And then still a reach back into Scarlino. So it's still all to play for every team there. I don't think it's just the top 3 teams fighting it out. I think there's plenty left, and we just see by the tracker that Azura is going to go out to the right and look for some kind of right hand gain there. They could come back into it a lot more.
What's the breeze doing just now, Jenny? Are we still in much the same kind of conditions? Has there been any change since we got away from the island?
No, it looks really comfortable out here now. We've got probably the solid 12 knots. It isn't not puffy, as in we do have little puffs come down that are maybe 13, 14. But ultimately, there's not the massive white caps that we had earlier, although there are still big waves. In the moment right now, we're slowing down on the motorboat to go over a very bad set of waves. So it's going to be interesting sailing for the guys. They're going to have to be, at least main trimmers, still working the boats and working with the helmsman to make sure they're powering up before a big set like this. Quantum Racing right now is doing a little hobby horse over, I think, the same set that we're going through. And it is just swell mixed with chop on top of it. So it makes it hard for all the drivers, not just the owner drivers. It's going to make it challenging conditions, and the focus that you have to keep at this point in the race. I mean, we've been talking about the coastal race being tricky in a lot of ways, and one of those is the mental game for such a long period of time without a break. I mean, really, there's a rule. I think you guys will know more specifically. There's a rule for the owner drivers that they're only allowed 5 minutes off every hour or every 2 hours. So mentally keeping this focus to stay this sharp and work with your teammates, I think, especially when you're in this long drag race like this upwind, is going to be as hard as the rest of it.
Yeah, you're right on the rule. I'm sure you're right on the times as well. I can't remember the exact times, but I know there have been times in a coastal race where it's so mentally draining as well as physically due to the concentration, and especially with mark roundings like the one before, where you're not clean cut sailing along in 12 knots of breeze, and you've got to set up for new conditions, even if it is only for a minute or two. The concentration to get back into the game is very hard, so it is nice for the drivers to be able to get that break. But at the same time, these guys, they're not just the owner drivers. They're part of the team. They're the helmsman for the team. I don't think it should be to do with the fact that they're the owner driver. That they're part of the team. Their job is to be the helm, and I think most of them would not give up the helm to someone else. They say, this is my job, this is what I've got to do. If it's really impacting the race, then it might be a tactical call to say, look, you're tired, just take a breather, go and have a drink and a rest. But most of these helmsmen will want to continue all their hard work, and if they are nearer the back, then they want to be pushing to get further forward, and if they're near the front, they want to be saying, I'm doing all the hard work and I want to keep going at it. So it is nice to have that option there, but I think most of the owner drivers, or just most of the helmsmen, will not give up the helm too easily.
that's a valid point, though. Even just the drink and the bite of food. I mean, it's been 3 hours that they've been out on the water, and 2.5 hours they've been racing, and it is mentally fatiguing and physically fatiguing. So you absolutely are trying to stay hydrated, just as any athlete in any other sport. And yet, racing all the time, it's not like we have a halftime or anything like this in this race. So yeah, to try to take that moment and to make sure that actually you're aware that those moments are helping you to race better, even if it's 3 seconds of paying attention to the water bottle instead of the tiller or the wheel. I think that's important.
No, for sure, it is a long day out there, and while it's not as hot as it was yesterday, it is when you've got the range of conditions that we've had, and it is just a drain. Sailing in general is quite a draining sport because what's going on in your head as well, and it is a long day being out there, and they've probably still got close to 2 hours left of the race. A lot left in this beat, and
it's a long day in the commentary booth.
Yeah, it will be. You're sick of me by the end.
Exactly. Anyway, it seems like Platoon may have got through Prevets, according to our virtual just now. Not very much in it. It's coming and going, but any changes up at the front there, Jenny?
Well, I was just thinking it looked like Platoon had dropped back to Quantum, at least. They are to weather, so it's hard for me to see the distance and the separation to weather. But in terms of their separation to weather versus their separation behind laterally, it looked like I thought they might have lost Quantum. Platoon being even further away from us, I can't quite tell the distance there. But yeah, they're the rightmost boat of the top four. So if there's any right shift or just, God, those guys have just been sailing so well. I mean, maybe their boat speed and their ability to work between themselves. To talk about trimmers who sailed together forever. That's Roscoe Halcrow and Dirk de Ritter. So maybe they've just got an extra groove that's been working all week and is working today. Does it show them then leading now on the virtual, are you guys?
No, they were up ahead of Prevets on the virtual, but it's swings and roundabouts just now. And also the same applies to Azura and Allegra. Azura and Allegra trading places on the opposite sides of the course.
So Quantum in the lead then?
Yeah, Quantum leading by 20, 25, 29 metres, something like that, from Prevets. Platoon in third. Platoon about 40 metres back, and then Azura and Allegra.
That looks accurate.
In terms of the forecast for the next... Sorry, Jenny.
No, go ahead.
I think in terms of the forecast, what we're going to see, saying that we've got maybe 2 hours left of this race, and still probably 4 miles left of this beat to go. The weather forecast has got us dropping off slightly, so we might see different conditions towards the end of this race, or certainly near the top of this beat. We might have 2 knots less breeze. Is it showing any signs of dropping down from those 16, 17, Jenny?
Oh yeah, we're not at 16, 17 anymore. We're probably just at 12. And ultimately, it's not the end of the day. It's only 3 o'clock, actually. Who am I kidding? It feels like it's a bit later than that. But I was going to say, ultimately, towards the end of the day, it's meant to drop. But I think this is what we saw at the beginning of the day. We saw the max breeze when we were inshore to the left, at 16, 17 knots, just as we rounded that top mark off Punta Ala. But as they've come downwind into the middle of the bay, it is lighter. Although apparently last year, this same scenario happened where they had 16, 17 knots up there, and then they had only 4 knots down here. So we're lucky now to have it be much more solid, but I don't think we'll see it building. At least I'm not assuming we'll see it building. I think we'll probably see steady here with this 12 knots or dropping further from now.
Well, where we are in the tower, just in the marina, the flags are just like upright. They're it's probably 18 to 20 knots here where we're sat. So maybe towards the end where the finish line is, and maybe more breeze coming down through this valley down at Scarlino. Actually, just watching a kite surfer just ripping along the beach. So there's plenty of wind down here from much more than 12 knots. So we might see a little die out there, but as they come in towards the finish, might be a bit more of a build-up.
Well, it's definitely not over this race. I mean, it is still a lot. As you said, 4 miles to go, which is about the distance of a normal, just one when we're lured on a normal upwind, downwind day. But we've got the fleet relatively spread out here, and I haven't seen too much angle change as we've come up from our lured mark. So I think it's just keeping focus here on both.
It looks like Allegre's taken a bit of a step back since their fortune at the island. It looks like they've dropped off from away from Quantum, and probably not looking as pretty as they were when they managed to sail round people. But just down in the furthest left, Allegre, and I think when they tack back, they might be nearer Azura and Brennensek rather than the top 3 boats, which they were near at the island. And Sled as well have come down quite a lot since they went round the island a few miles ago. You see their green track compared to Allegre's, and they've slipped right down into it. So whether there's a bit of left-hand pressure going on the way along, and then you kind of see the curve of Quantum and Allegre's line towards this last few hundred meters starting to go up to the right. I think there is a little bit of wind shifting going on out there, but generally everyone's staying pretty similar and holding on to their places. Certainly compressed the top 4 boats within 100 meters of each other. You know, half an hour ago, Provetsa were 200 meters ahead of second place. So just shows that how tight the fleet is. That nothing's changed in how tight this fleet is.
But also, as we said before, or just as we're in our early introduction, good to see Allegre going a little bit better here. They were lying 4th going into this race, and they're 4th on the water just now. Andy Horton coming on as a tactician, a very experienced tactician in this fleet. Obviously a tactician there early on the season on the Interlodge, and has sailed on different boats over the course of the previous seasons. But a steadying influence or new blood?
Yeah, I think when you're having the run of fortune that Allegre were having, every one of these boats has a world-class tactician on it. So I don't think you wouldn't put it down to the change in tactician entirely. But certainly when you are down,
made some changes to the boat. Any ideas?
I wouldn't like. I believe they have a new rig. A new mast.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I don't know if they've got new rigging to go with it, but I believe they have a new tube in their mast. It could be far stiffer.
Yeah.
Certainly over the winter, a lot of boats, including ourselves on the 2015 boat, we made our rig much stiffer. We put a lot of carbon stiffening, but in doing that, you add a lot of weight. We added 8 kilos to the rig to put all that stiffening in terms of glue and structure. So if you really want your rig to be as stiff as the other boats, then you might have to go back to the drawing board and get yourself a new stiffer rig.
Yeah.
And if for the last couple of years Allegre have been suffering because of a too soft a rig, then it's really going to pull your performance back. And it looks like if this is a much stiffer rig, like the Quantum, I know Quantum have an incredibly stiff rig, which is the stage we were trying to get to match Quantum's stiffness. But these, obviously, if this is a much stiffer rig, then it's working out well for them, and it could be that hand in hand with the kind of the new blood, the new attitude, and the pressing the restart button on everything has made a big difference.
I know as we speak they seem to have got themselves up to 3rd as well, but this race is far from over. We've still got a good bit to go up this beat, Jenny.
Agreed, we still do have a good bit. I was just checking out, we're now just slightly behind the lured of both Allegra and Quantum, and we were discussing the speed differences there. The only thing I can really tell between the two is that the jib of Allegra is a bit more open up top and a bit more twisted off. So I'm not sure if they're trying on purpose to continue in more of a foot mode, so they have it open on purpose there. They were definitely closer to Quantum and more in Quantum's line earlier, and they've gone a bit further to leeward and maybe a bit further forward. So maybe they're liking that groove. Maybe that's working for them, or maybe it's just a bit easier for Andy Soriano to drive to. I mean, we do very much so still have this big swell, and especially as the breeze has dropped down a little bit, it's probably hard to get over the swell. I mean, the boats chop through it at points in time, and then there's some flat spots, and then about 30 seconds or 40 seconds later, there's some having to saw wood, as we call it, through the waves again. So it's just about who can do that best and yet still maintain their height, I think, and ultimately Bora Galari doing quite well on that on Quantum Racing.
Your thoughts on the upper jib leech and the Allegri then? Fergal, any?
Well, yeah,
any
like Jenny said, if they're comfortable in a groove going slightly lower and faster, then you're going to have the jib slightly more open, and Quantum are clearly in their happy groove. You know, they haven't got a boat in front of them. If Allegri really pinched up and sailed in the same mode as Quantum and got into them, they're going to sail into their dirty air if they're able to get up there. So, you know, it's just that compromise of the different modes, whether you want to be in a high and slightly slower or a lower, slightly faster kind of mode, and it's totally up to the afterguard and the trimming team as to in which mode you're going to sail it. I think currently Quantum are doing an amazing job, like they always do, of just going fast and high. Like, you see their line against Platoon, it's just climbing up and up and up, and I think if you carried on in this way
just a little convergence of the line of Quantum getting up to Platoon
and Provezza as well. You see, like, both of those lines and Azura, there's a bit more of a kind of maybe a bit of a left pressure on them, means they're being sucked down into Quantum, and Quantum have got this really nice lane head forward of all the other boats. I mean, Quantum, when they tack back over, they're a mile ahead. Like, they're 200 meters ahead of Provezza. In the last hour, they've taken 400 or 500 meters out of them and overtaken them. And I think Quantum are just in a groove, and they have been since they rounded the bottom mark in this straight line. And it's Bora's an incredible helmsman. We see him in the Nacra and the Moth, how good he is at helming. Obviously, he's in a different animal, but once you get set into that groove, if you're able to keep the target numbers and the real numbers of the boat speed and the true wind angle on your boat, if you can keep them exactly the same, or even slightly higher, then you're going to win races. And if you lose that concentration for 1 second and you start going lower or slower, of just falling out of those targets, then it's just costing you. And even if it is only for a second at a time, when you've got someone who's so good and concentrating so hard, is able to just make massive gains from that.
We're just watching that. You can see the speeds there, and certainly Allegri lower and slightly faster, 8.4, 8.2 just now, compared with between 7.9, 8.1 for Quantum. And Platoon also seem to be sailing a slightly higher mode just now, 7.8, 7.9.
I think Allegri and Quantum are just being bow forward, are actually in slightly different pressure to the boats up to weather of them. Allegri and Platoon are doing the same, probably got a very, very similar heading, but Allegri are able to go half a knot faster, and we see that it's pulled them up to second place. Obviously, they're quite a way down. They're probably 100 meters down to leeward, so when they tack over, the gap's going to get smaller. But I think they're just in just slightly different pressure to the fleet above them.
But pretty tough to take for Provezza, considering that they had a 200-meter lead at one point coming down to that island, Ciboli Island, and now in fourth place, as you said, more than or just around 200 meters behind Quantum Racing.
It kind of the whole mentality of sailing, especially in a long race like this, is very tough to take, being that far ahead, and then something that you have no control over, the wind shadow of an island that you may never have sailed around in that circumstance before. That happening to you and then you dropping back to fourth is very, very hard on the whole team, knowing how well they were doing. But it's part of the sport. It's
absolutely. And one of the features of the coastal races, love them or loathe them.
I think we know he's going to load them today.
So many times. But at the moment, I think probably, hopefully, maybe a love affair with the coastal race just now for Terry Hutchison and the team on board the Quantum Racing. Leading.
You guys, I mean, I've struggled with islands in front of me today. I've been so
You're not going to find a Rolex,
on
Mark.
the fleet behind us. No, it's not that I'm blind. I'm just constantly was staring back when we were going forward. But no, in fact, I'm not at all seeing a Rolex. I'm calling myself out, but
no,
I'm not
okay.
at all seeing the Rolex mark yet. So I don't quite know how far it is. It is funny though. We spoke about Allegre's jib being used, and it's like they heard us and just at some point in the last minute, their
maybe they did. Hello.
jib trimmer hopped off the bow. Yeah, hey Allegre, I don't think you're allowed to do that. But he jumped off the bow, went down to leeward, gave a little trim on their jib, and then ran back to the high side. All the teams still completely full hike except for the driver, the main trimmer. So definitely still enough breeze to be going totally powered up. But I thought, and he's back down again. Maybe they can hear us.
Jibe, Allegre. Do a jibe.
No, careful, careful there.
Exactly.
We've been in trouble with this, with these before.
No, he's gone back to the high side now. I mean, as we've said, they're living in a lane here that's tough, because if they go too high, then they're
Getting
pointing
sucked into
Quantum's
Quantum,
lane.
yeah.
So yeah, he's got a hard job at the moment, but they'll be happy with this. They have moved up into second quite easily, I think, and it does look like, as you guys said, platoon falling into them all the time. So the leaders, it's sort of the opposite of the downwind. The downwind, they were sailing further and further down the bay and out of the breeze constantly, and now I think the leaders sailing further and further up the bay and into the breeze constantly. So we should continue to see this just be a gain as the two of them pull out from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, but for sure, I think it's as much the high mode that Quantum managed to sail relative to a platoon, as opposed to the platoon dropping into them. But they all seem to manage to get a little bit higher. So anyway, all credit to the Quantum team. Very patient through this race and kind of paying off. And real eyes out the boat opportunity for them and the mark rounding, or the little island rounding, gets them into the lead. Allegre second, Platoon third, Pravetsa fourth, and Azura, the winners in Miami, presently lying in fifth place.
I think when you when we go back out, when we zoom out a little, we'll see. I saw earlier that Brunellasek were pretty low, and they were actually almost down to the line of Allegre. You see the blue line out of the back of Brunellasek, and now they're below the line of Allegre. They're really, like, see the further back in the screen where they've come from to where they are now. They're sailing really, really low. So I think and Azura as well. They're sailing low too. Maybe there's a slight left, but certainly Sled is sailing slightly higher than Brunellasek, and if Brunellasek carry on the way they're going, they're going to be down to Sled's line. So see, Gladiator did a little hitch out and hasn't really done much for them. They're now back down to the line of Pravetsa again. So there are plenty of shifts being able to be played out there, but Quantum obviously don't have to do that. They just get to lead their charge, and Platoon just have to keep them in sight, really. Like, Platoon will be watching them going strength to strength and sailing away, but Platoon have got a 3-point buffer on them at the moment. So as long as they stay in touch and don't let Quantum get away too much and have too many boats in between them, they'll probably be happy with a podium position again.
But this
it's funny.
Sorry, go on, Jenny.
Well, I don't think this is the case. I mean, I absolutely do not think this is the case. So let me just clarify that.
You're going to tell us anyway.
Yeah, but the situation, it looks like what happens when there's current. It looks like, the leaders to the left get sailing out of the current, and boats that are tacking off in the back, who are staying in it for longer, ultimately just dropping down to their line anyway. That's the setup that this feels like. But I have heard absolutely nothing from anyone about there being current out here on this race course. So I think ultimately what we're seeing, as we just talked about earlier, was the breeze building slightly as we come across, and I think it's just acting like what my brain wants to think of as a current scenario, where the guys who had tacked off are not making really any gains and are dropping into the lines of the guys in the front. And I think it's really good moves and good news for Quantum Racing and Allegra, because they basically haven't had to do anything since they rounded Cherbourg Island, and yet they've been making these that's not fair. They're doing massively hard things all the time just by concentrating on their boat speed and sailing fast. But they haven't actually had to overthink it too much, and yet ultimately they're putting these huge moves on the fleet. And I think it's cool to see. I mean, it's going to be interesting when they actually have to pick the ley line for the top mark and decide between the two of them when to go and what to go. But yeah, it looks like the left is just paying so hard, and I couldn't really figure out why.
Well, there is a meter difference in tide height in the marina in Scarlino here, which we found, having to move the boats from the boatyard out to the mooring, the dock where we're all staying now. So there must be, I'm sure there is some. I'm trying to find now to see if there is a current pattern that goes around the bay in here. But you'd think that it probably came in from Piombino when the tide's going out or the current's going out, that it would pull in from Piombino around the bay towards Scarlino, and probably not have as much out by the islands at Punta Ala. But see if we can find any kind of current going on in there.
It's definitely one I'm going to ask some guys tonight. Even if I sound like an idiot asking and they say absolutely no way, we'll have to ask the question.
So Brunina 6 seem to be chipping away, getting themselves up to a 5th position just now. Yeah, I was just saying Brunina 6 getting themselves up to 5th. They seem to just be chipping away.
Yeah, I think they've obviously been going faster and slightly lower. We saw on the virtual tracker that their line went down below the line of Allegre, so maybe they're footing off going for a bit of speed instead of trying to stay up in behind the other boats. But I think when they do finally tack back, that gain that was just shown on the screen will probably dip back, and we'll find that they'll still be behind Azura. But it's. We say it's still such a long beat that nothing's a given at this stage, but it just looked from the tracker like they were sailing that faster, lower mode that we saw Allegre doing. It was paying off for Allegre. It said on the tracker that they were a few boat lengths ahead of Platoon and Provezza also.
It's a pretty long old day. I mean, that's 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours of racing so far. What will they be feeling like on board just now?
Well, I think they know that they've got a long way to go still, and they've obviously been going for a long time. I think there's probably a lot of motivation going on from the boats to the front, saying, this is where we got to stay. Let's keep it tight. And the boats at the back will be saying, we've still got a long way to go. The boats in front can still make mistakes. If we've got another kite leg, we've seen kites rip. We can see penalties come in at top marks if everyone's close. So I think everyone's just got to keep that positive attitude, but obviously it is tiring, and they'll be looking to the finish line and getting off the boat and saying no more.
No more. I mean, interesting. We had a conversation with a colleague this morning about shouting on board. Who shouts a lot and who doesn't? And certainly, when RAN Racing is super quiet, they have a policy of no shouting. What's it like in the Gladiator and correspondingly the Quantum Racing?
Well, I think there are a couple of teams out there who do shout and make their points known. I think Ed, we were talking about earlier, Ed Baird comes in with this very calming nature, and for the times that I've sailed on the boat in training, it's a very, very quiet boat. It's very, very disciplined. It's different to how we've had it in the past, and I think I think shouting on a boat doesn't get you too. It doesn't do you many favors. People get distracted by people shouting. A quiet boat where you can hear each other and hear the important information, whether it's coming from the guy calling the wind or just the main trimmer talking to the runner trimmer. Like, if you have that quiet boat, then you're going to do better. If you've got people making noise and shouting and screaming, then it won't help your performance being shouted at.
Jenny, your thoughts on shouting on board?
I'm probably more on the Fergal side. I don't necessarily think it's helpful for anyone on a boat. I mean, the person who's shouting, they're getting fired up and not necessarily then able to think correctly about what it is they need to be thinking about next. But ultimately, different people react different ways. And some athletes, if they're fired up and they're shouting, then everything's firing on all the right cylinders and it's better for them. A little bit of adrenaline might be better for one tactician, whereas adrenaline on another tactician might actually hinder their thought processes because they're more an analytical thinker. So it's a different, and it's not that the tacticians are the only yellers. I'm not calling them out on that, but
no, of course
ultimately
not.
they are often the ones yelling. But no, I don't know. I do think different teams do it differently, and I think it depends as well between the driver, how they are able to handle it. I mean, if you can just tune something out and there's tons of shouting on board, fine. But if you're easily distracted, and a lot of us are when you're driving, then just too much noise and too much unsettledness on the boat might then mean that the helm is ultimately unsettled, and then the entire boat is unsettled. So I think typically the better boats are, the crisper they are, the better their teamwork is altogether, the less they need to shout or even talk at all. I mean, you get to the point where you just know exactly what your trimmer wants or what your drivers wants, and it's kind of done automatically. So I think that's the ultimate goal. Clearly everyone needs to communicate at some points because we're not all able to read each other's minds, but I'd love to be reading the minds of the fleet right now because they've all tacked. We still can't see the mark. I'm not the only one on this boat. I've asked everyone to look for it, and we don't have the Rolex mark ahead of us. I mean, you guys can tell us quite how far they have to go, but
go ahead. Just on about 2 miles just now, so normal beat up to the windward mark. We seem to be
just over the horizon.
Just over the horizon.
But almost the whole fleet now on port tack. So I think, as you had said earlier, it was Brunello who led it. And then Preveza, I believe, maybe Azura as well went with. And then ultimately, it looked to me like Allegre was actually gaining slightly on Quantum. Maybe just had a little bit better speed, and maybe Quantum was really going for height mode at the end. But then Quantum tacked, and for the first time, Allegre gave themselves more leverage than they had on previous of the two upwinds. Before, when they were going into the left, and they gave themselves about 20 boat lengths left leverage before they finally tacked here. So the entire fleet at this moment now on port tack. I think ultimately the windward mark somewhere out there, 2 miles to just over the horizon. But yeah, it's going to be a long port tack from here to get out to there.
And by the looks of things, Brunello up to fourth on the virtual just now, managing to get through Preveza now fifth. That's according to
so
virtual.
Far for those guys.
Just going back to what Jenny said about Allegre on Quantum, we saw earlier how Allegre were going this faster lower mode. I think if you look back at the tracker, you'd see it. But then in the final stages coming up to the tack, you see how much the gap has closed up between the white and the white line of Allegre and the green line of Quantum, really just snugged up to them. And by the time that Quantum tacked, Allegre were pretty close to them. They sailed a little further. And looking at all the lines, the boats are taking in a bit of right pressure. And there's this big curve off to the right you see on Azura, Brunello and Platoon. And Allegre might have made a good call going that little bit further as they sail into more right pressure. Because they're obviously closer to the mark in terms of closer to windward. But they are being knocked out on this port tack, and you'd think that boats like Azura and Brunello, if they keep on going, being that furthest to leeward, if they can hook into a nice right, then Azura might come out quite well out of this. It's looking pretty light from here.
Now we're back with some live pictures, looking at Allegra then, just to weather and behind Quantum Racing. Nice looking conditions, but Quantum looking comfortable. Sister ships, of course, I think built from the same mold, Fergal.
Yep, both built at longitude 0 in 2014-15 over that winter. Same place as the current Gladiator in Valencia, just south of Valencia in Spain. And yeah, both going pretty well. And longitude 0 will be very happy watching these results. And just looking at the projected points, that the Platoon would only have a 1 point. If they stay as they are, then Platoon will only have a 1 point lead, and Quantum will close that gap from. They started off at 9 and 12. Quantum to get 13 and Platoon to go to 12. It heats up the top end, and there's quite a big gap back to Allegre. Allegre doing well to be up into third place, just hopping over the top of Azura.
Then, yeah, and Allegra going up to third place in the table, and as we said earlier, Allegra got second here last year. So there's always a little bit of extra confidence coming to a venue, especially a relatively new venue like this one, coming in with the confidence of knowing that you did well on the same race course as last year. Just gives you a little bit of a boost.
Well, they've with that boat, this is. They've always done well in the first event, first event of the season in Valencia. I think they came second in 2015, and then here coming second last year. And you know, if they carry on the way they're going, they're going to keep that tradition up of being up on the podium in the first event of the European season.
But the kind of flip side of that is going to venues where you did not do well. It's very hard to get there and then raise your game or completely forget about what went on before and arrive with a blank sheet of paper.
Yeah, exactly. Those ones that you did well, you've just got to remember exactly what you did.
Yeah.
And the ones that you didn't, exactly. You go back to the beginning and try and forget about what happened the year before.
So Jenny, how's it looking just now?
You know, I think, unfortunately for Allegre, I think it looks like Quantum Racing has pulled out a little bit of gauge here. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing that as well on Virtual Live, but yeah, it just looks like they've sailed away fast, extended. I don't necessarily think it's shift. It might just be boat speed. I mean, the funny thing is Allegre, we said at one point during yesterday's race that we hadn't even mentioned them yet, but they were going to be tied for third or very close, just behind in fourth. And I think it's because they've been the team that's, well, aside from Platoon, the second most consistent team. Platoon until today has had like a 2-3-2-2, so anyone would take that consistency any day. But I think they have 5-6-4-4.
Top five here. They ultimately are more consistent than Quantum, who's had like a 1-2-1-8. And Azura, again, have had 3 top threes, but then an 8 and a 9. So Allegre having a good regatta, but just consistently sort of aiming for the top fives. And I think Andy Horton tactically is always known to be conservative.
You know, even when I was saying they weren't opportunity to get maximum leverage. They were just tacking very close behind Quantum and Azura, but it did allow them to stay in the game. That it's unnecessary. And now.
Just losing Jenny a little bit there, but I'm pretty sure, Fergal, that if Allegri came off the water today with a second, they'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they absolutely should be. And what Jenny was saying is dead right about the consistency. You know, if you looked at Allegre's results, 5.644, it's not overwhelming. It's not mind blowing their results, but if you average a fourth through a regatta, historically 40 points at the end of a regatta is pretty good. So right now, with a second in this race, they're averaging a fourth, and they'll end up, they could easily end up with more fours. It's when you get a 10 or an 8 or a 9 thrown in, it really tips it. And you look back through the fleet, you've got, Gladiator having a good day with a 1 and a 3, it brings them up to the middle of the table, but the 10 and the 8 just throws them that much further back behind a boat that's got more consistency, like Allegre. And Quantum as well, it's very nice having the 1-2-1-1.
The thing is, as well, as much as anything, it makes you more vulnerable come the next big, or if there's another big score, then suddenly you're back in the bottom third of the table. So from that point of view, then Quantum, very, very good, but they still have that 8 lurking in their score line, so they really need to keep pressing hard. And the same with Azura, then that 8 yesterday. And the flip side of that, Platoon and Allegre, then very strong positions with good, strong, consistent scores.
It comes back to what we were saying earlier as well about not having the discard. Those 8s and 10s, they'll come back to haunt you later.
Yeah. So Quantum then on starboard tack, 95 metres or so ahead of Allegre Jenny, and Platoon just next boat back in third place.
And it looks like, I think, Allegre and Platoon have just tacked. Quantum I can see very clearly on port tack still, but I have 2 silhouettes of the next 2 boats headed towards us on starboard, so I think Allegre having tacked essentially cover Platoon, who's actually now just tacked back again. It's a little bit of an interesting gambling going on here in the middle of the fleet, and Quantum going to be able to stretch their legs even further. This will see them continuing to extend their lead while the guys behind are battling. Just now, Allegre tacking back again on top of Platoon, which puts 4 boats in port tack, almost all lined up out of bow with each other. But Allegre being the windwardmost boat of that line of 4, they're going to be the boat still in second. Then ultimately, underneath Platoon, I think Preveza. Apologies because I'm saying I think, but we are quite a bit further away. But I think it's Preveza who's just tacked out behind Platoon. So
you're right.
The 3 of them, the little trio fighting for second, is having their own little tacking duel. They're pretending to be Quantum and Azura.
Yeah. Well, it's giving Quantum that opportunity to break away. It's a bit like we saw on the first beat with Preveza being allowed to sail away, with everyone having their duels behind them. And Allegre is doing really well to close the gap on Quantum all the time. It's a hard gap to close when you're chasing that boat. But Quantum, if they continue to fight with Platoon, or Quantum bounce them out like we saw a couple of times earlier, or certainly the last couple of attacks, then Quantum are going to be allowed to sail away. And if I'm not sure how where the finish line is, but if it's a kite leg or a broad reach, then it's going to be a bit more of a procession, and Quantum get to just extend along that leg to the finish.
And I thought they were staying out of the fray, but just then Quantum took a hitch off and then planted on Allegre, and Allegre's now had to tack off. So I think Terry Hutchinson, he doesn't like to let anyone run behind him. He's always going to maybe take that opportunity just to add a little extra gas behind him. And so Allegre having to go back for one more hitch, and they're taking quite a long hitch this time, actually.
So in the meantime, I think we've got another question coming in from our social networks, from Duncanson Scott, I believe, asking about the Quantum and Platoon running a 2-boat testing programme. Well, Fergal, it's actually a 3-boat testing programme, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And at the beginning of the year, it was a 4-boat testing programme when we had Interlodge with us in West Palm Beach just before Christmas. Quantum Sales. Quantum Racing put on a bit of a training session, and the four boats were running Quantum Sales, Platoon, Quantum, Gladiator, and Interlodge all went out for a little 3-day training session, and now with Interlodge gone and Gladiator still running Quantum Sales, the 3 boats do a training session each morning. We do the lineups and speed tests, and we have a coach on board the Quantum boat. We all have our own sail designers on board the chase boats.
So who's your sail designer?
Dave Armitage.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
So we have Dave Armitage and Brett Jones, and then Geordie is sailing on platoon. So there's a lot of info comes back from these little testing sessions.
I've sat in one of them, and it's empirical data, isn't it? There's no, I think, or possibly so and so is going a little bit quicker, and there's no hiding place.
Given.
It's just completely. And I think James Line told me that they had more than a million data points collected, and that was with the 2-boat program. So God knows what it would have been like with the 4-boat program or the 3-boat program. But he does a fantastic job. Breaking down the data into the salient points, and for the morning briefing sessions, he works long hours. Does James Line, better known as Coach?
Yeah. He does put a lot of effort in, and there's a lot of communication on the water between the Quantum boats, and James kind of oversees, and he doesn't just coach the Quantum boats. He's coaching the Quantum sales boats. So we're getting information, platoon's getting information. It's ultimately, just trying to get the Quantum sales group further up the rankings. And if you're sharing that information amongst the teams, of course you want Quantum Racing to be winning the regattas. But if you're offering all the teams running your sales that kind of information, and why is Quantum out in the front of this race? Is it their sales? Is it their sailing team? Is it their driver? We get all the information back, and it's very interesting to be able to listen to briefings and radio communications, and like I said, it's total honesty. You're doing this because your sales are set up like this, and it's very interesting to listen in for me.
And so. Dave Armitage does your whole sale program.
Yes.
Brett Jones does the Quantum sale program, and Geordie does the platoon sale program.
Yeah, that's right. And they work very hard with the sail makers from each team. You have Martin Winter, Paul Tingle, and Tony Quinn, all working alongside their sail designers. And there's small recuts, there's big recuts. Hopefully there's not a big patch to do on a broken spinnaker, but there's a lot goes into, it's the same for the North Sails. The North Sails are doing the same. They've got their sail designers. Yeah. It's not just a Quantum thing, but being part of this Quantum family now, we get to see
the difference between the North programs is I think there's much less interplay or information flow between the different programs. I know that at the end of the season they have their big meetings, and then the information is pooled, or some of the gains are pooled. But generally, the North programs have a sail designer who works. For example, Juan Garay with the Azura program, he works exclusively with them, and corresponding some of the other boats. Then, for example, with Allegre.
Yeah, it's a bit more broad. The spectrum's a bit more broad, and they've got more boats, so it'd be very, very hard to put on those kind of training sessions as you can with 3 boats. To do it with the rest of the fleet it might be a little harder. So they kind of split off, and you see maybe two North boats going off and doing their training. I'm not sure what the information they share between teams is, but certainly Quantum are putting a lot of effort into. Giving information, sharing information, the freedom of information between the 3 teams is very honest and fact-based, and it's very, very interesting.
And the other thing which is interesting is obviously there are a certain number of sale cards over the course of the season. How you manage those sale cards or the sale buttons. Just a little bit of feedback on that.
Yeah, between the trimmers and the designers, they have to look out at the venues we're going to go to, what historically has been the wind conditions at that time of the year. We know that previously in Cascais we've always known it's going to be a windier event, and by the end of the year, and you've got all your buttons or your sails permitted nearly used up, you've got to think, well, what do we want as our next sail? Do we want a medium jib? Do we want a slightly heavier airs main? Or is it going to be light at that time of the year? Do we want another light jib? So you start off the season with a certain amount of sails, and then you kind of pick. You have to be quite tactical in the sail choice throughout the year as to what you're going to have.
So Quantum then comfortably ahead over 200 metres now, but Allegri and Platoon converging just now. Jenny, just talk us through that.
Yeah, I think Quantum about to approach the top mark ley line here. In fact,
you can see it now.
Just now, yes, we can see. Yeah, we can see the tack at the moment, and they're calling quite a tight ley line. In fact, this guy's never given inch, I think. But ultimately, a very good lead now over what looks like Platoon in second place.
Yeah.
I don't even see where Allegri has gone on the race course. I'm not sure.
They should be just to leeward. We see in the virtual that Allegri attacked Platoon coming across on starboard, forcing Allegri to tack. And
Great
so,
yes, okay, so
Allegri in the hip pocket.
Between those two. It's much lighter now as well. I mean, it's not even the 11 knots that we had anymore. It's probably only 7 knots up here at the top mark. So it's getting lighter all the time. Earlier, and I think ultimately maybe they'll use different spinnakers on this downwind. If they weren't already using their lightest spinnaker, they should for this reach. Well, it depends on the angle to this reach. If it's a normal just downwind reaching angle, downwind angle, fine. If it's a bit more of a reach, then I'm not quite sure what they're going to decide here. Quantum not yet sending their bowmen forward. They didn't earlier when they were in second. They waited a lot longer than the rest of the teams and yet still had their spinnaker up in plenty of time. There he goes now. So they're only a boat length and a half to the top mark. The hatch get Quantum racing. 2 guys in mouth and mid-mouth. Spinnaker coming out, and they will be happily in the lead. Platoon and Allegri haven't even tacked onto port tack yet. They need to do first a port tack and then a starboard. So Quantum going to have a good solid almost 20 boat length lead here. And Terry calling the hoist. We heard him say 3, 2, 1, go. Spinnaker up and filled within 1 boat length there of the top mark. So not quite as beautiful as they had earlier where they had the kite filling while their stern was still at the mark the last time they set a kite. But this is going to be fun. They're sailing downwind with a kite up straight into Platoon and Allegri. I think they're going to thread the needle here between the 2 boats, in fact. So, yeah, Quantum racing with the solid lead. Platoon and Allegri coming in overstood. So I think Platoon had to, in fact, force Allegri out further than this ley line. They've got plenty of distance to the 4th place boat. So for them to ensure the 2nd place, they held off Allegri. They went way past the ley line. That ultimately means they get to reach into the top mark, call no room, and then stay in 2nd. We might need to clear out a little bit here, guys. We're within half a boat length to the weather mark, so we're just going to give them a bit of distance as they come around in this tack. But this the umpires looking as well as us as to whether Allegri is going to try to go in there. I think Platoon tacking very, very close and giving Allegri 0 room. So Platoon, well done, into the 2nd place. And Allegri just rounding in 3rd. Kites going up on Platoon, kites going up on Allegri, but of course with a tack set it's going to be a bit of a harder rounding. Jury following closely, but no harm, no foul there, no protests needed.
So good then. Yeah, Platoon getting round. Platoon getting round in 2nd will give them an extra point over Quantum Racing if the positions were to finish like this. 11.
Platoon in 2nd, meaning
11. Well, if they finish 2nd on the water just now, Platoon, then that would give them 2 points over Quantum Racing. 11 versus 13. That's our projected points table after this race. If the positions stayed the same.
I'll make them happy as well. They feel solid.
Absolutely.
Consistently from 5th or 6th. I mean, they've done it all week. They have not ever really been the boat leading around the race course. They've been the boat that's been starting in 5th and climbing up to 2nd by the finish. So I think very, very well sailed so far by Dr. Steffi and the Platoon team. Coming up towards the weather mark just behind me, the previous winners of this longer winning, unfortunately, after that situation at the bottom mark at Tivoli Island. I won't call it an error because, as we said, it was really hard to read. But Preveza, now the Turkish team, having dropped to fourth place and quite a lot of ground to catch up to the top three. And then only just behind them by one boat length is Brunasek Gazprom. So it's really hard for Peter Holmberg and Tony Ray. Just a hard pill to swallow what happened on that upwind, and ultimately what happened at Tivoli Island. That was what led to the rest of it. Okay, they've rounded, tied up. Next up, the blue boat, round number 5. Brunasek rounding. It's like the best set so far. Let's see. Sooner than anyone else, so I think probably it's still filled about the case. Don't know. Like the map that. Next up is their other coming back to they're very close to the mark onward. There's no sixth position. Be happy on board. One of the it is a lot lighter, but the wave from the top still existing out on the rear.
Not sure what Jenny was saying. It's saying just at the end there we kind of lost her a little bit, but Azura are gonna. I think we could see a few unhappy faces on Azura coming in. You know, they're usually the team that's pretty good at chipping away at the other teams and taking places, and they've actually gone back. I think earlier up before on the downwind leg to Tivoli Island, they were up to 4th. And that's when it was just going in a straight line. So up this beat, they've lost Brunasek, and obviously Allegre have got around them as well, and gone all the way around them. But
is that just speed, or has that just been tactics?
I think it's a very. I think we saw at the beginning they started to go out to the right, and between Azura and Gladiator, they were the two boats who tacked out and really hit into the right-hand side of the course early, and it hasn't worked for either of them. You know, Gladiator as well, before the Tivoli Island, were 300 meters behind Preveza when they were in the lead, and now to be, nearly 2 kilometers behind Quantum. I mean, it's a massive respect to Quantum for just pulling away from everyone. They've got 400 meters on Platoon. You know, the boat that they were 200 meters behind at Tivoli Island 5 miles ago is now 1 kilometer behind them. So Quantum have been absolutely on fire, and they've feels like they saved a lot of energy for the longest part of the race, which was this 5 mile beat. And 5 miles when you're beating is more like 7.5. Over such a lot, with trickling winds and a couple of little shifts, they've pulled out this amazing lead, and Platoon have been able to bounce back in just at the end when we thought Allegre was going to go so well. But I mean, Platoon's scoreline, if they finish where they are, 2-3, 2-2-2, there's not a team in the world who would be unhappy with that kind of scoreline, especially with 5 more races to go. If you're going to continue that consistency, being in the 20s at the end, I don't think there's many teams historically who have finished in the 20s winning a regatta. I think Azura won Miami in the 20s, but it's not seen that often, especially when you've got boats at the other end of the scale who are nearly in the 40s halfway through the regatta. But like we say, we are halfway through the regatta, and anything can happen in the last 5 races, and people will try and turn it on. It is the World Championships. They're going to try and turn it on, and it's certainly not over this regatta. But Platoon are just having an absolute flyer, and Quantum would be too if they got rid of that 8th and changed that for a 1 or a 2, which they're so used to. But it goes back to what we were saying earlier about the coastals being such a long, physical mentally draining race. It was probably quite fun on the first beat and the downwind, and then to come into this, Jenny was saying there's only 11 knots of wind, maybe less out there.
Yeah.
And it makes it really, really hard towards the end. You think it's going to be over. You've only got 2 legs left, and they get dragged out for so long. And when you get yourself into a bit of a rut, which maybe the second half of the fleet have done here, going from like Azura back, you get yourself in that rut, and it's very, very hard to look at the boat so far ahead and go, oh, we still got this. It's very hard.
So I think we have Jenny back with us. Jenny? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. But then we're just looking at the RAN racing. It's been a long day for them since pretty much since that first beat. And Sorsha as well, slugging it out in 9th and 10th places just now. And also, still our projected points table still has RAN racing at the foot of the table.
I think credit to Sorsha for their work yesterday in the second and third race yesterday, to still be in 6th place in the projected points with 2 10s and a 7. It's showing that the back part of the fleet is kind of struggling a little from even Gladiator down. You go from 5th back to 10th. There's only 8 points in it.
Exactly. There's still a lot of racing to go, and there's no shame for RAN racing. RAN racing could still find themselves in the middle of the table come Saturday night, and the same for all of these boats. Provetsa, then in fact aren't all 3 of the last 3 boats just now projected to be on 36 points? Is that right?
Yeah, and the 2 in front on 34, and we've seen. In the last year, boats being tied on points all the way up to the end.
Yeah.
So even if you've had a bad run, it's still every point, every place counts. When you get into the second half of the regatta, it feels like once you've got your scoreboard in front of you, it makes it even more important to have a 5th and not a 6th, or an 8th and not a 9th. Everyone's always trying to be in the top 3 or trying to win the race, of course. But when you're tied at points and first, certain towards the last couple of races, first place seems unreachable.
Yeah.
Then you've just got to keep chipping away and know who your competition is. Your strategy changes, and you're looking to just consolidate on bad results, and just make sure every single place counts, and never give up. Even now they might have 2-3 miles of this run, and you never know what's going to happen. You never know if a small shift's going to come in and they end up beating into the finish, or someone rips a kite or gets on a plastic bag. So the teams have to be keeping positive even in this, after 4 hours of racing. I just think Quantum are absolutely on fire. This is their 3rd win and a 2nd. Like they're really, they're kind of making up for Miami. They had, I think, one of their worst results ever in Miami. They weren't on the podium, and they obviously had a bit of a reset. And we've seen that. You were talking earlier with Jenny about Terry doing the starts, and there's just another strategy involved in how they're going to come back, and what have they got to do to be back in the hot seat as they're so used to. And one of those strategies is to make the starts more comfortable for them, and done a big game plan change on since Miami, and it's clearly working. Three bullets in 5 races.
I was talking with Ed Reynolds yesterday. He was saying that as per the original schedule, the original plan for the season, then Doug DeVos will sail the rest of the regattas. So a change for Porto Cervo. And, all credit then also to Doug DeVos. This is what he's always done, and it kind of reflects so well on him, his standard of helmsmanship, in this fleet. And he will come into Porto Cervo, and I'm sure not struggle.
No, he's got a pretty amazing team behind him, and obviously a great boat. And I know the shore crew at the top, the very top of our game here. So,
and of course, you can also flip the Bora Galari situation on its head, and who would want to spend, or who of the helmsmen in this fleet would want to spend 20 days in a moth and then race Bora in a moth and get up to speed. So there's two ways of looking at it, and I'm sure that Bora will be starting the boat maybe hopefully in the early part of next season. But to say, as far as our information is, that Doug DeVos, the owner-driver, will be helming for the next regattas through to the end of the season, and we look forward to welcoming him.
He did pretty well back in Key West. They obviously won Key West, so he'll be looking to continue his fortune, and great sailing that he did there. And definitely it's nice to have more owner drivers in the fleet. It's nice they pit themselves against each other. The owners in this fleet spend a lot of money to get the boats up to this
two then
level.
In our top three just now. Then Harmuller, Spreer, and Andy Soriano in first and third with the standings. Hugely experienced owner drivers, very committed to the sport over the years. Andy Soriano, obviously very successful in a number of different classes before he came into the 52, particularly the maxi class, or mini maxis. And Harm was with the class way back in 2007, 2008 with the previous platoon. Had a 6 or 7 year hiatus and then came back in last year. And reaping the dividends of their changes through the last winter. Quantum there with a big lead. I think 380 meters.
Yeah, Platoon
start to think about a little bit of relaxing, just focusing on the finish line.
Yeah, Platoon they are gradually pulling them in, and I think we've seen in the last few races. Certainly the second race yesterday where Platoon reeled Gladiator in, and from such a big gap on the first spreader leg to a couple of boat lengths at the end, they did exactly the same to Quantum. Quantum had a great comfortable lead in the last race yesterday, and then at the bottom of the 2 mile run, Platoon, well, they nearly pipped them. It was half a boat length between.
Another 10 metres and Platoon would have won that race, I think.
Yeah, Platoon are going phenomenally quick downwind. Certainly, they're going really well upwind, but downwind they're really on fire. And they started off, the top of this run was 440 metres, and they've already taken 70 metres out of that. So to get closer, and we might see it. Maybe Quantum's running into slightly less pressure as they come into the shore, or come further into the bay, but Platoon are going really quick downwind this week. So Quantum can't relax too much. They've got to know that they're breathing down their necks, and they'll know after yesterday's last run how quick Platoon really are.
So Jenny, you're back with us, I hope. Can you hear us? Oh, we can't, unfortunately. Yeah. So it looks to be a broad reach into the finish, Fergal, by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's. I mean, maybe if we zoom out, we can kind of see where the
finish line
where the land is in comparison. We've got the breeze coming right off of the land at 180. There's no danger of any shadow from the land or any of those mountains. If anything, you might get a bit of an acceleration coming off those mountains in this direction. But yeah, it looks fairly beamy to broad reach at the moment, hammering it down there. But they won't want to soak too low coming into the bay, just in case you do get any
so
wind.
What kite will we be on in this wind strength and direction?
Well, I'm guessing if given what Jenny said earlier about the wind strength dying down up at the Rolex mark, that if it's still 10, 11 knots, will be on A1s, A1.5s. If they think they're going to be sailing, the trimmers and the afterguard will be looking further down the course and saying, is it definitely 10 knots all the way down? If so, right, we'll take the J1, the A1, and we use it all the way in. But if it is a very tight leg, and Jenny can tell us more, but maybe they might want to be a bit more conservative and use the 1.5 and take that mid-range of it.
Jenny, how's this?
So I do think
How's this reach looking?
it does look like they're quite wicked up, and I don't think that there's enough wind for them to be that wicked up. So I think it's probably, as you said, more of a tighter reach back to the marina than a broader reach. It does look like the teams into the lighter spinnakers than they were using earlier. I'm not sure, though, if it's an A1 or an A1.5, but it's definitely no longer the A2s. Gladiators isn't a red kite. It's a white kite with your red logo on it, if that helps you determine which one it is.
I'd like to say I know. I don't. I can't remember. I try and stay out of the sails.
Yeah, they've definitely switched kites. They're the obvious one. I mean, I think a couple of other teams, they're all into white kites now. So everybody in their lightest kite, whereas the other teams had a blue kite up and Gladiator had a red kite up. We're now just to leeward of the second and third place teams. Very, very close between Platoon and Allegre. In fact, actually only about one boat length. So this will be a good and interesting battle. It's a bit hard to pass on a tight reach. And a bit is an understatement. It's quite hard to pass on a reach free, and it's much easier to pass on a downwind with any ability to jibe. But if we see Allegre keep pulling them up, maybe even in just sort of closer to the lee of land, perhaps there could then be a battle, especially if then they bear away. We're not the only ones here interested in this either. The umpire boats are still, there's one right next to us right watching these two boats. So I think this is ultimately where the biggest action is going to be. Although just behind us, in fourth place, I think it's Preveza and Brnenosek. They look decently close as well. Not quite as close as these two, but decently close. And I'm not sure if maybe we're bad luck for Allegre or not, but in the past minute that I've been talking to you guys, they've lost a little bit. What went from a 1 boat length lead for Platoon is now almost a boat length and a half or a 2 boat length lead. But you know, it's very light. It's not really variable. It is just much lighter now. It's about 6 knots. So it'll be a long downwind for these guys to be full paying attention completely until the finish line.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is obviously at the beginning of the race we saw how much the left paid inshore, going out to Spaverio Island, and them being so wicked up here, trying to come in. If they sail in towards the land and they start to get that lefty again, they're gonna get headed down, and you know, maybe we see kites coming down and there'll be a bit more of a fetch into the finish, and the boats, as we can see on the tracker, like Preveza and Brnenosek, who are slightly to windward, it might favour those boats who are slightly closer to the land if that happens. But I guess it all depends on where exactly the finish line is in comparison to in relation to the land, and if they're going to get sucked into any kind of wind bend coming off those mountains, which we saw on that first long beat out to the island.
And you can definitely see a puff line up there. You can see up in front of Quantum Racing, if I can explain to you guys where we are, we're basically between Quantum Racing and where the top mark was. So we're sort of on this reach line with Quantum Racing just on our bow, and in front of them is the land and the Scarlino Marina, and about 400 boat lengths in front of them is a very dark patch. I mean, it's probably only 8 or 9
interesting thing is
compared to...
we were just commenting on that because we're obviously in the tower at the marina, and I think we've got quite a bit more wind. Obviously we're elevated a bit, but there's more wind on the water than and we can see a breeze line maybe to about a mile offshore from where we are. So that would correspond with what you're saying. But we're looking at Platoon just now with Harmuller Spear on the helm there.
You know, but at the current moment, Allegre has closed back up this gap again. It's now only a boat length, maybe a boat length and a quarter. So I think each little puff, they're going to bring down just slightly more because they're just slightly behind. So as the pressure hits, it's sort of hitting from the side of both since it's a tight reach. But I think maybe Allegre gets it just for that extra 10 seconds and allows them to close this gap, and then ultimately Platoon gets it and they accelerate again. But it's still going to be a very close battle for these guys. And yeah, as you said, Andy, that tower is deceiving. I mean, the other day we are swap positions. You were on the water, I was up there, and we had about 30 knots and wind blowing the doors open, and you guys were abandoned out here for no wind. So
But it does give us quite a good vantage point out onto the water, and we can see a line of breeze which drops probably half to 3/4 of a mile offshore, maybe a little bit more. But there's definitely a little bit more breeze closer to the Marina shore, or the Scarlino shore.
The other interesting thing is from this position, I think everyone's been looking at the smokestack that is just to the inshore of or north of Marina Scarlino. We've been watching it for the last few days, and you kind of know when the race is going to be abandoned because the smoke's coming out of it in a different direction. And in the last half an hour, it's gone left about 10 degrees, or maybe even more, 20 degrees. I've been kind of sat here half watching it. It's gone left all the time, so I think as the boats come in, if again, depending on exactly where the finish line is, if they come really, really close to where the start line was, then they could be picking up more left, and there could be still a bit of a tactical advantage, a tactical gain. And the boats behind, certainly, with Quantum being so far in front, it'd be the same scenario as at the island. You see something happening in front, and you change what you're doing to suit what's happening, what you know is going to happen.
Look at the images of Platoon a little bit more pressed up just now, and Kite sheeted on a bit, so maybe they are getting into a little bit of a header.
But it will certainly, like I was just saying, that you get that advantage of being behind in this scenario, looking down the course and seeing that two boats are hard up. You got to wonder why are they so hard up, and you wouldn't wait to get down there and find out.
You can just get high.
You go up, and then maybe while they've dropped their spinnakers and doing a 2-sail reach, you're coming down with 2 knots more boat speed and your spinnaker up. So it's certainly not over this race. There's still a fair bit to go. I don't think it's going to be as processional as we initially anticipated.
Certainly not between these two. Platoon in the driving seat meantime.
A long way to go to the finish. A good few miles. 4 miles showing on the graphic now. Quantum has got 4 miles to go to the finish. You see, Provetsa is the most windward boat, and they'll be looking to make an advantage if they can of any left pressure that comes down. And Azura look to be going a little higher than they were. If you look back at Azura's line, they were the most leeward boat coming out after the mark, and they've climbed right up above the lines of the 3 boats in front, trying to get up to the line of Provetsa, Brunelesek and Sled coming down behind them. Quantum just actually extended about 80 meters in the last 10 minutes. We saw Platoon's gap go down to 320 about 10 minutes ago, and now they're back up to 400. So whether Quantum's getting a bit more pressure and there is some acceleration coming off these mountains, and they're able to just make a small extension. But they're from this image, they're pretty lit up, and it doesn't look very windy out there. So they're going pretty well. Kind of just out on their own, really. Just massive gap. Pretty great shot.
I'm not sure if you're seeing, are you still seeing between Platoon?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's Sparvero Rock. The rock just behind them is what we rounded at the beginning of today after doing that short windward leeward. So you could just barely see it in the distance, I think, behind Platoon. Ultimately, that one boat length between the two, I think, is now back to being more like a boat length and a half. But every time the puff comes, there's a small gain for Allegre, and then every time the puff is sort of dissipating, its Platoon keeps it longer. But it's definitely now a bit breezier than it was when we rounded the top mark. Up there it was really, really light, probably 5 or 6 knots. I think now we're into more 7 or 8. So we have gotten into this darker water closer to land. And that's probably why Quantum's been able to continue to make this gain. They got into it first. They are completely wicked up, but it's not windy enough to actually be that. So they're all just staying high. And as you said, they might be staying high tactically so that when even more left shift comes later, they're able to keep their kites up instead of having to drop them ultimately to lay this mark.
Is there a good shot off the lead of Quantum Racing now on our drone, giving us a good perspective on the lead of Quantum, 430 metres. I think that's as big a lead as we've seen in a coastal race for some time. They're
yeah, pretty commanding lead. I mean, it's even if they did have to take their kite down and just sail kind of fetch up above the line of the other two boats and rehoist, I think they've got enough of a buffer not to be too concerned about the guys behind. But obviously the concentration levels are still as high as they have been since the start. That's the professional attitude of every sailor out there, is that you've got to finish the race in the same mentality as you start it in.
Everybody who can hike is hiking really at the moment, other than Warwick Fleury there, the mainsail trimmer, Bora Galari.
It's a long old way to be the lone grinder on this tight reach in. The trimmer constantly working you to get the most out of the sails, and they're not backing off.
Interesting there. I think that's Beach Jared Henderson on the pumps. Rather have their main grinders out on the rail just now. Romulo Ranieri and Pete van Nieuwhuizen better employed on the rail. Some nice images there of Platoon and Allegri.
Yes.
Platoon, the regatta leaders, and there's Sparviero, the little rocky island that the boats went round as their most windward mark. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, so it was a long time ago by the time I think we're
looking forward to our lunch.
There's still a good 3.5 miles to go into the into the finish, but you know, the boats here will be doing 11, 12, 13 knots probably, so it should close the gap pretty quick, or 15 knots if you quantum. They're just pulling out that lead even more.
They are just getting into the stronger wind pressure as they get closer to the shore. So you beside Quantum just now, Jenny?
We are, yes. We're getting a lovely, lovely image of Quantum, and as you say, they're just sailing into more and more pressure. In fact, finally, we're starting to see a bit of clear air between the bow and the water. Ultimately, so just finally getting that bow out, starting to really plane on Quantum Racing. I think they're going to see this lead extend even more. Although ultimately, the fleet behind getting into the pressure as well now, that everyone getting close enough to this land to have what was gaining from 5 to 8 knots is almost maybe even 9 or 10 knots now, and it looks like you can see again there, if you can see Quantum Racing, you can just see through the other side of their bow. It's lovely, and that moment when you're as the helm for Bora there, that moment, that feeling of really starting to feel the boat take off, it's such a lovely feeling.
And we saw Terry Hutchison on the rail just looking back and looking at the distance, and I think they're all nice and settled. Good images there. Bora just concentrating on the speed, listening to his trimmers and whoever's calling the breeze. Bowman there, Greg Gundell, just I think setting up
hooking up an outboard lead.
Setting up an outboard lead.
So they're obviously thinking that it could be going more left in here, and if they have to drop their kite and they're going to 2-sail reach, then they'll be doing it with an outboard lead and not trimming the jib all the way into the centre of the boat and getting as much optimum power into the jib as possible.
Jib set there. So this will be comfortably, or of course, in fact, uncomfortably, the longest race that Borja Galari has steered in TP52, his first coastal race. Possibly the longest race he's steered in his life.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long old race, but it's good that it's had the mix of conditions and the mix of strategy, and I think there's a lot of teams who have done really well. I think Brunner-Sec, that decision to jibe out earlier on after going around Spaverio was showed the kind of tactical and strategic planning that goes into the race, and having someone on board who really knows this area that well to be able to have that foresight to jibe early when the rest of the fleet thought it's the best idea to just go straight.
Seems like Allegri have come up a little bit, trying to get at platoon just now.
Yeah, every time that Allegri goes higher, that it's going to drive platoon to go higher and try and protect their position. I mean, if they knew what was going on Quantum right now, I don't imagine these guys have got their outboard leads set up, because they haven't quite got into that wind and they're not that far down the course. But
you'd imagine that they'll be expecting the breeze to head as they come in, and as you said earlier, Fergal, that getting some height just now is no bad thing, particularly when you've got a boat trying to pass the weather. And in the bigger picture, I think Quantum has to be rendered out of reach.
Well, we've seen, just looking at the flags outside of this tower and back of that smokestack again, it's gone another 10-15 degrees left.
Yeah.
And so they should. I hope they're all kind of seeing this. I don't know if they can see that smokestack from all the way out there, but certainly it's been a bit of a landmark this week as to what the wind's doing and what side of the beat you want to be on. So
I heard it was built by Langley Engineering.
Was it? It could have been. You might want it torn down if it's giving everyone the advantage. But certainly the flags have still got a lot of pressure in them outside of this window, but it has gone round to the left again here. An hour ago, those flags were pointing in a very different direction. But you never know. It might, Quantum might get through, and if it keeps on going left towards the end of the day, which it clearly has been the last half an hour, they might just sneak through, and then it might happen to the rest of the boats, and it'd be a really bad way to end the race if a few boats get through, and then the guys who have really struggled, well, not really struggled, but haven't been having such a good race, end up having to do the extra work as well.
Absolutely, but credit to Quantum Racing. They took their opportunity when it was presented to them, just in the course of a few seconds, way back at Triboli Island, when the race leader Provezza just stalled getting into the lee of the island, some funky wind shadow, and the Quantum Racing team saw what was happening. They managed to sneak up and through Provezza coming down towards that little island with a lead of over 200 metres, so it's going to be a bitter pill for them to swallow, but certainly things gone a little bit better than they have so far in the regatta for Ergen Imre's team.
I think Platoon have just pulled out by the virtual eye.
Yeah,
we can you see it's a 175 metre gap, and a little while ago that gap was a few boat lengths when Jenny was alongside them, and we were saying earlier that Platoon have been incredibly strong downwind, and they've just pulled out that big gap on Allegro there. And still,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Jenny.
If you can hear me, I think that was probably a big sail change situation that happened there. I mean, we went from them being wicked up, but ultimately in about 5 knots, to now, if you can see Quantum Racing, I'm not sure if you can see, but they've been backwinding their mainsail for almost the last 3 minutes, fully depowering as much as they can, completely twisted off, whereas earlier they were mainsail in, powered up as much as possible. And I think between Platoon and Allegre, the team that's probably just that tiny bit quicker at making that sail change, at making that adaptation, perhaps is Dirk de Ridder and Ross Hulcrow and the guys on that boat who have sailed together as a crew together for so long. I mean, ultimately they also probably got into the breeze first, being the boat in front, but it was just such a big change for everyone on board to have to go from sailing light air and wanting all the power you want to actually we're maybe even overpowered here. We need to ease the main as much as we can and yet keep our jib staysail out and yet not backwind the main too much. You know, it was a really big change they had to go through, and I think Platoon, I'm not close to them anymore, but I think they probably ultimately did that better than Allegre behind.
Greg Gandel, what's he doing there?
So he's just taken the windward jib sheet, which is going to be obsolete down here, and he's set it up as the leeward jib sheet for an outboard lead. So you saw him run down, and the loop that he put in earlier on the leeward side, just forward of the stanchion there. When they finally do put a jib up, if they need to put it up, they'll switch to that jib sheet first and have the jib much more outboard. Which is what you see when you're two sail reaching.
And again, the change of trim of the boat, if you like, as the breeze picks up, then you have the grinder moves to the aft pedestal.
Yeah, I think as the breeze picks up, these boats are very prone to trying to nosedive. So moving 100 odd kilos, just those 3 meters back, makes all the difference.
And we've gone on to Pete, who's the one of the primary grinders, the main grinders.
Yeah,
doing his job there towards the back of the boat.
And we may see the mid bowman move back if it gets any if we see the bow digging in anymore.
Yeah,
you know, these guys, Ian Moore, the navigator, will have all the numbers on a screen, including the trim of the boat, and if they have a number that they sail to in regards to trim, if they see that it's too bow down, then there'll be a call, information fed to Terry, and Terry will make the call to move the weight.
So tell me all the different numbers that Ian will have in terms of the.
Well, he's got all the main ones.
The trim angles.
You've got the fore and aft trim of the boat. You have the heel of the boat. The designers make these boats to suit a certain heel angle.
Yeah.
So they'll be looking to keep an optimum heel angle coming down here to make the most out of the boat. You'll have the rudder angle.
Yeah.
Generally upwind, you'll see the rudder being used around 2.5 to 3 degrees. You know, so they know if they're using too much rudder, or you've got obviously you've got all the wind indicators. You've got the strength, the angle. Down here, they'd probably be using the apparent wind angle a little. They've got the heading up, and if you know. There's a whole,
and all that data is stored and analysed afterwards, and you can be telling your driver if he's been using too much.
Yeah, you'll have
particular points or particular situations.
Yeah, you have a post-race analysis, and say, here are the good points, here are the points where you are sailing at targets, here are the points where we are sailing below, and here are the ones we are sailing above. This was the best part of the course, and then when you come into your next race in the similar conditions, 10 knots, we were sailing on this much heel.
Yep.
And we just see there Quantum furling the staysail.
Yeah, that's because they're about to cross the finish line here, guys.
I was hoping it was going to be a bit more exciting, but
we're hoping there's another few miles to go. But you talk us through the finish, Jen.
Well, I mean, as we speak, there we go, is the horn for the finish. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but that is Quantum Racing taking the coastal race. Not any interesting situations at the end. There was no having to drop the spinnaker. They just needed to depower a little bit. But ultimately, Quantum Racing coming from behind, taking the win out at Cherboli Island, and Terry Hutchinson and Bora Galari and the guys on board Quantum Racing are going to be very content with that. It's been a very, very long afternoon of a lot of concentration, and their speed on the final upwind and their maneuver around that island meant they took the win, and they've done so in style. They're headed home very close to the marina here, and they'll be happy. Behind Quantum Racing, we've got Platoon, who's currently sitting atop the leaderboard, not only of the Rolex TP52 World Championships, but also the 52 Super Series overall. And I think I heard you guys earlier say if they finish this second, then they will be continuing atop the leaderboard.
They'll be 2 points
And
clear.
2 points clear of Quantum Racing. So yeah, Platoon, no question marks. They're half a boat length now to the finish line. They are crossing in style with speed the current leaders of the regatta, the German team Platoon. Just behind the Germans, about 7 boat lengths now. So Platoon did pull out a decent lead from just 1 boat length at the top mark, but a very well sailed race to Allegre. They had won from the pin, and they sailed conservatively throughout this race course, but I think Andy Soriano and Andy Horton can be happy on board. They've sailed a good race here. It was a very shifty, very hard race to sail, and ultimately Allegre as well with a gain around that bottom island and the bottom mark, and they'll be quite happy with a 3rd place. A very good gap behind them, Andy, to 4th place. At this point, it looks like it's going to be Brunonnesek in 4th, but perhaps I'm wrong. Is that Preveza instead?
By the graphic here, it shows that Preveza are just down to leeward and Brunonnesek just slightly higher, pretty much head-to-head, but I think Preveza being lower will probably make it into 4th place.
Yeah, at the current moment, maybe they're mast their bow a little bit closer. In fact, I think probably a lot closer. We're now downwind of the finish line. I can't quite get you guys a line sight down the line for their finish, but I think the boat end might be a little bit favored, in fact. So Preveza not only looking closer, but also closer to the favored end of the line here. Brunonnesek, though, a really interesting race. I mean, those guys kept going their own game plan. Whatever the fleet was doing, they didn't seem to mind, or in fact, they were often choosing to do not what the fleet did. They jibed early on that very long downwind in the coastal race, and that gained for them. And then ultimately, they were the first boat to tack out once they'd rounded Triboli Island. So playing a fun game on board. I think Morgan Larson, their tactician, probably having a good time as well with Michele Evaldi, who's been sailing here for forever. But it will be Preveza. I think, in fact, Brunonnesek might have to pull off a jibe to get to the finish line. Preveza, I don't believe. Yeah, Brunonnesek rolling into a jibe at the moment. So closer than we thought here for the finish. Yeah, Preveza needing to jibe also. But they should jibe clear, and they should be crossing clear fine, no problem here for Brunonnesek. So unfortunately for Preveza, for Peter Holmberg and Tony Ray, who've already had a tough week, who were sitting 8th going into today, or tied for 8th, I think actually sitting 9th. They were winning for such a long period of time in this race, and they're crossing the finish line in 3, 2, 1. They're crossing the finish line in 4th place. So a difficult situation for these guys. As we know, they were leading around Triboli Island and then got stuck in a hole just slightly too close to the island, and it allowed Quantum Racing to get around and then ultimately forced Preveza to tack off, and that 2 tacks was costly and had them drop from 1st to 4th. So a disappointment for the Turkish team, but just behind them, 5th place, the Russian Brunonnesek Gazprom crossing the line, and I think they'll be content with that 5th. They were anywhere from 8th to 5th, well, 8th to 4th at points in that race, but finishing in 5th is a solid top half of the fleet. And then just back a team who will not be happy with their positioning, the Italians on board Azera, one of the heavyweights in this class, and they are meant to know these waters. Vasco Vascodo meant to know quite well how to sail here, but the last 2 days have been a northeasterly that basically no one says they've ever sailed here before. And today, while it might have been a coastal race, that was very similar to last year's. It was a very, very tricky race to sail. So Italians about to cross the finish line, and really good breeze. They've also had to jibe. So interestingly, I think we were expecting a left shift, but I think for the back half of the fleet, we've actually gotten a bit of a right shift at the end. So Azura had jibed and now just bearing away and crossing the finish line. Kite will come down shortly. I can't see their faces, but I'm sure there are some tinges of disappointment on board that boat. Behind Azura, we have, I believe, Sled has just jibed, accelerating out of their jibe with a high line before now as they reach max speed. They're bearing away towards the finish. I don't quite remember the start, but I think sled hadn't had a very good start, and they
No.
haven't really been able to. Yeah, if you might refresh our memory on that one, but they hadn't really been able to crawl back after that. So,
But I think they were one of the boats that were pushed out to the right relatively early on, and that certainly didn't pay.
It didn't pay at all, unfortunately.
Same with Ran Racing and Sorsha. The first part of that beat, didn't it? We're just watching sled coming through the line now. Takashi Akura, Hamish Pepper calling tactics.
You know, and especially for those guys getting forced out to the right, they've wanted the left all week long. They're happy to try to win the pin and win the left. So I think it probably hurts that much more to have to go right when you don't want it. Next up, I see a red Gladiators helmet coming towards us, Fergal. So it'll be your team crossing through the line next. And they've varied in this race from fifth to about, I guess now they're in eighth. So ultimately didn't have the best final upwind. I think this was between Cherbourg Island and our last Rolex mark where they lost the distance and finished eighth. And they had tacked early on in that beat. They had tacked to the right, and you had just mentioned the left side paying. And I think I warned you that your team had just gone right. So it might have been that scenario that cost for them. I don't know if that was the exact moment where they dropped back in the pack, but I think probably eighth place won't make them too happy. But they had a wonderful first place yesterday, a good birthday present to Ed Baird, and a wonderful present for you guys on the shore team. Gladiator all standing up middle of the boat, almost going to take their kite down very shortly because there's plenty of distance behind them to the ninth place team.
Indeed. So Tony Langley then, a pretty long day in the water, a long race for him, and he'll have earned his gin and tonic.
Yeah, for sure. I think there'll be a pretty quick
debrief
and everyone off the boat, sails packed down, and hopefully they haven't broken too much.
So then, in the overall picture, then Allegri, as we said in the earlier part of the race, are moving up to third place overall, displacing the Italian team in Azzurra for the meantime. And a little bit of a gap then opening up on the leaderboard then really between Quantum and 9 points ahead of Allegri. The battle really is at the top of the table between Platoon and Quantum. 11 versus 13, Allegri on to 22. Azzurra not really out of touch with the podium by any stretch of the imagination in 24. And Gladiator still in fifth, I think, Fergal. That's not too bad.
Yeah, I think midway through the regatta to be middle of the fleet, and it's still to be quite tight. Third place isn't a long way ahead. It's good to get up into the top two is 2 or 3 races away, but of good results. But the next race you can see third all the way down to 7th change. So there's plenty. It's still very, very tight in this, and midway through the regatta, you get to if we see this all again and everything turned upside down, then you'd have a very, very different leaderboard.
So just waiting for Sorsha to come down through the finish line. So Jen, your thoughts on your first coastal race with the TP52 class? Exciting, interesting, or are you bored all the way through?
Oh God, no, it was lovely. I mean, it's just such a stunning day out on the water. These boats are so majestic. I haven't personally sailed a TP52 since I trained in one for about 6 months in Hawaii 7 years ago. So to get to see them
They've
again,
changed
it
just
makes
a little
me feel
bit.
They were not called super anything at that point in time. So to get to see them again, it's beautiful. And the coastal race, I mean, I think it's interesting to see Ran Racing and Sorsha showing that even in a coastal race, as long as this was 26 miles, the start really matters. These were the two boats that didn't win the pin, that ultimately had to jibe out right at the end of the pin. And I think that was a really, really tough scenario for both of them. It not only meant that they had a bad start, but it also meant that they had to get forced to the right-hand side of the boat, right-hand side of the course, which at that point in time was very much not favored. So I think we're seeing this 9th and 10th place, but ultimately it hasn't been too tough a day for them. It's been beautiful sailing out here in the Mediterranean Sea, and they get to go in and enjoy wonderful Scarlino and Tuscany tonight.
Not too tough a day for you.
No, not too tough a day for me. I'll take the same tomorrow. If we have to go on another coastal race, it'll be a good day as well.
Good, thank you very much, Jenny. A great job on the water for us as we watch Sorsha going through the finish line. Peter Harrison's team, I'm sure they'll regroup, be back out for the windward leewards tomorrow.
This is finishing order of race number 5. First, Quantum. Second, Platoon. Third, Allegre. Fourth, Provezza. Fifth, Bronemosek. Sixth, Azzurra. Seventh, Sled. 8, Gladiator. 9, 1. 10, Sorcha.
So there we see it, as I said, Sorsha just going through the finish line for their 10th place. So Fergal, your thoughts for the day? Quantum Racing, a convincing win, but Platoon still topping the table by a couple of points as we move into the final 2 days of the regatta. Any idea what the forecast is going to do for the next couple of days?
I haven't actually checked. I haven't really checked the long-range forecast. I just kind of look at the ones we get in the morning. So we'll wait till probably wait till the morning to see what we get for the next four or five races. How many races do we have? Five more? 4 more?
It would depend, obviously, whether we do a 3-race day.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of this coastal, yeah, you said earlier that Terry and Quantum, they're not too big a fan of the coastal, and they go and pull out a massive win like that. It shows that even if you don't like it from the outset, that you still have to have the same mentality go in. Yeah. And they fought all the way through. They only led for half of the race, and they pulled off a massive win. And they've got three firsts out of 5 races. So they might not be winning the regatta, but they're the team to beat. Platoon are just very happy with 4 seconds and a third. But Quantum, if they carry on getting firsts, then you fill up those 5 spots with firsts and seconds, and Platoon, they're going to be hoping that they can keep this run going, but it's very hard. They had spells of being down in 5th, 6th. If the race was half the distance, then the leaderboard would look different. So Platoon have really got to keep consistent and not get complacent. Neither can anyone, neither can Allegre.
So there's the leaderboard after 5 races in, after the 26-mile team led by owner-driver Harmuller Spreer, still top of the table as they were when they went out onto the water. They're 2 points clear of Quantum Racing. Quantum Racing on 13 points. Allegra now up to third on 22. 2 points clear of Azzurra. Azzurra 6th place today, not quite as consistent, not quite as good as they'd want. Gladiator then mid-table, happy with 28 points so far. But then there's a log jam behind them, 6 points behind Sorsha on 34, Brunanasek on 34, Provezza 35, Sled on 36, and Iran Racing on 36 points as well. So really all the pressure or anything can change between 6th and 10th through the next couple of days. We've got 2 days more racing here in Scarlino, and it's going to be a real test for the Platoon team. As say, they led in Miami and faltered on the last day, and they have Quantum Racing breathing down their neck. Both the Quantum powered boats, top 2 at the moment. Fergal, what do you think for the next couple of days before we finish?
Well, I think as long as we get the same conditions as we've had, this nice flat water and anything above 10 knots, we're going to be able to fire away 5 really nice races and keep up how the first half of the regatta's gone. I mean, it doesn't look that tight when you look at the first 2 places, but through 3rd all the way down to 10th, it's all still manageable, and people will be. This is the second half of the regatta is when the strategy starts to come in, and maybe we won't see Quantum and Azzurra fighting so much as we've seen. Maybe Quantum will start going after Platoon a bit more, because beginning of the week we saw Quantum and Azzurra really going for each other and in training as well. So this is where the strategy starts.
That's right, and of course the coastal race is behind us. You know, in many respects there's a certain element of relief when you come ashore. It's like having your worst exam during your exam period. The job is done, and you can look forward to windward lewards for the next couple of days. That's
Absolutely.
a given. But anyway, Fergal, many thanks for your work through the day. We'll join us again tomorrow, and also to you, Jenny. Great job on the water, and we'll move forward to the penultimate day tomorrow. Join us live on for the Rolex TP52 World Championships in Scarlino. 2 days to go, and stay with us all the way through to the finish on Saturday night.